Uh. Oh my god. I mean, I don't know if you guys can actually hear me, but like, hi. I hope I don't sound too much of a nerd right now, because I still have my retainers on, and there might be some obvious, what's that? Lisp thing. But yeah. Yes, it is I, Miria from Cometa Virtual Live, experiencing another was that weird connection thingy mabob. You're not lisping if you're not lisping if that's what you're worried about. Yeah, some clapping sounds from your yeah, it went offline a while ago. Yeah, that was it. That was it from earlier. Yeah, so I put on the retainers this morning, right? So I put it on because like, oh, I haven't worn this in like years. Well, just 1 year, right? I had braces. Like, I had braces for like 3 years of my life, and I thought I was cute. And I thought I was cute. But then the moment came when I had to get it removed, and like I was like a different person after the removal of braces, right? Of course I cleaned it first. Don't worry about it. I would put something nasty like a year-old thingy that I didn't clean into my mouth. But anyway, yeah. I wore my retainers religiously for like 2 years. I wore it for like 2 years, and then I decided to like, okay, it's been a while. It's been a while. Like, I wore it for a long time. Also, hi Papa, good evening. But like, yeah, I wore it for like 2 years before I weaned it off, and after a year, I decided to like, oh, let's see how bad my teeth are right now. So, yeah. It was really bad. The moment that I put the retainers on, like the first moment that I put it on, it felt like my teeth were trying to fight against the metal. Was trying to fight against the metal. Like it had a life of its own. But yeah. Yeah, good evening everyone. I'm sorry for the hitch earlier. I have been trying to like, I'm switching servers every now and then just to see if there's like any changes if I connect to a different yeah, I'm still using the VPN, but yeah. Does it hurt? Of course it does. And to be very fair though, like my teeth only moved like very minusculely, I guess that's how you can term it. Like if you've seen my teeth without braces, right? If you've seen my teeth without braces like years ago and you compare it to my teeth now, like I dare say there's barely a difference, you know. So yeah, my teeth are still pretty much straight. It's just that there are some very minuscule movements on my front teeth, but it's not really visually like evident or obvious. Imagine a bard fighting against them. Sorry for asking this. Nasan yung ilong mo? I have long accepted that this will be a recurring discussion point. Yeah, my teeth really hurt, but it's okay. I don't get lockjaw that often now, but I do need to get braces again. Honestly, I wouldn't mind getting braces again because I feel like I wanna fix my teeth a little bit more. Chess and O's, thank you for defending me, Papa. I'm so thankful. Yeah. So, yeah. I say teeth. It's just very, I don't know, it's just weird having resin, plastic, whatever this material is in your mouth. But it's okay, I guess. Yeah. Anyway, last time we did the D&D stream, we were caught between a rock and a hard place because of the connection issue. So hopefully we won't run into... The soft is hard to pronounce with... Yeah, it is. Hopefully we won't run into any more snags this time around. So let's try to finish the character that we hoped to accomplish last time. And I think there are still like a lot of things that we can that we can talk about when it comes to like D&D. Because like, I don't know. Actually, what did we talk about last time? I think we really only went through all of the different character classes, and then it started crashing down on me. There's a dot on Miria's face. It resembles a nose. Yeah, exactly. Hello, welcome to the stream. Anyway, magtatayo ako ng grupo ng samahan ng mga VTubers na walang ilaw. Yeah, we just talked about class basics, honestly. We just talked about class basics today, which is there's a slight change, but you can hear it. What change? But yeah. And removing one. Yeah, I removed the artificers and then they got angry at me. Anyway. So yeah, we are going to be... I guess let's do the anatomy for a character sheet. For a character sheet. Yes, we are live. There are honestly a lot of things to talk about, but let's try to figure out how we're gonna do that. Because I'm really bad at organizing topics. I feel like that's my weakness when it comes to like study. So you make lip smacking sound. It's because of the braces. It's because of the retainers. It's really because of the retainers. It's evident because like I wouldn't naturally do it. You know. It's just I feel like I really need to put it back. Retainers. I want to place effort and emphasis onto my my S. A bit of change in the sounds of consonants, yeah. I mean, to be fair, I can just remove this, you know. I can just remove this. Yeah, I can just remove it, you know. Just so you guys know. Alright. So, I guess let's move to, like, the anatomy of a character sheet. I can't really imagine how else to, like, start the discussion. Because we already decided, I rolled, right? I rolled that we are going to be having a bard for... Yo, I'm just gonna remove it! Ow, fuck. Alright, I can speak normally now. I can speak normally now, hooray! Why wear it? Because I just want my teeth to go back to like normal. No, it was cute. Fine, I'll put it back on. Did you guys hear? Did you guys hear it? Did you guys hear me take it off? It's so weird. What the fuck? Put it back. Put it back in, fine. There, it's back. It's back. It's back. Okay. What was I saying again? Like you're taking off a mouthpiece. Dental ASMR. Okay. Wait, just like that? I do have a retainer container, you know. Pustis. I do have a retainer container, okay? I have a retainer container. It's not dentures. I'd like to say that I still have a complete set of teeth except for my wisdom teeth, like at the bottom row. Cause I had to get it removed for braces, cause they were like impacted. Not gonna lie, I didn't feel any pain. It's just that if they wanted my teeth to move, they had to like remove the wisdom teeth there, so that there's space for it to move around. So yeah, shouldn't they remove all of them? What? Then I wouldn't have teeth. Because my you meant like the wisdom teeth. I didn't have any issues with my wisdom teeth on the top row, but the thing is, like, none of my wisdom teeth ever went out. It never popped out. It never popped out. I never experienced the pain of other people. I never experienced the pain of other people. Like, na lumalabas yung ngipin nila. I've never experienced that. Like, sabi nila sobrang sakit daw if the wisdom teeth start emerging. Have you set on point for that? My dentist is in like near my old home, so it's gonna be really far away. Hello, nice to meet you, Mir. Oh, hello, welcome. I'm talking about my teeth, but we are supposed to be talking about Dungeons and Dragons. Man, my wisdom teeth haven't popped out either. Kaya siguro hindi pa rin ako wise. Oh my god, yes, let's go! Samahan ng mga tanga. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I've never experienced wisdom tooth pain. Wisdom tooth pain? Something? Yeah. Wait, I'm gonna get a dice roller. I'll just get the dice roller. It hurts a lot. It really does. I experienced the pain after the surgery, at the very least. Like, the pain was awful after surgery. Alright, let's go here. I want to get braces. My lower teeth aren't straight. All wisdom gotta go. All 4 removed at once. I can't imagine it getting removed once. I had to get each of my wisdom teeth like removed separately. Hindi kasi nagtutoothbrush? What do you mean? I don't really have tooth problems. Have you taken a pain reliever? Nah, I can brave this pain. I'll be fine. Do you guys, pag binubunutan ba kayo ng ngipin? Like, do you guys keep the teeth? I don't know. You guys keep the teeth? Because it sounds like a really cool memento to have. Or maybe gross, but like... Anyway, so this is what a character sheet looks like, right? This is what a character sheet looks like. What does anesthesia feel like? It makes your tongue feel floppy. And it makes you... I don't know, it doesn't feel like anything. Looks scary. I buried because my parents said it will grow into a tree. Has it grown? Has it grown? My parents used to let me... My parents used to tell me that I should put my teeth underneath, like, the extracted teeth. Underneath my pillow. And, like, they would sneak into my room. And, like, replace it with 5 pesos. 5 pesos lang pala worse ng ngipin ko. Anyway. So, like... Hello there. What if the pain is orangey? Alright. So, yeah. This is your D&D character sheet. Ta-da! So, this is a freely available resource. You just need to Google it, actually. You can find your own personal copy of your character sheet online. So, you can follow through with me while we do this. I'll keep it on the side, though. That's a lot of blanks to fill up. It's gonna be easy. It's gonna be easy after a while. Yes, I'm doing 5th edition. So yeah, 5th edition D&D. You can find the character sheet online at the Wizards website. At the same time, I think I'll try relinking the basic rules, because I'm basing everything on the basic rules. So technically we're following player's handbook stuff, but the basic rules is essentially the freest version of D&D that you can play. Yeah, I'm gonna be filling it up for you guys. Don't worry about it. Yeah, so you can find the basic rules here. I'll post a link so that you can copy through. No audio? What do you mean? Oh, I don't have audio? Do I not? Is there no audio? Audio is perfect, huh? Where did that come from? Yeah, okay. Maybe it's just muted on your end. Anyway, this is the free resource that the basic rules. Alright, let me pin this. So this is the quote-unquote rule set that I'm going to be using. So if you guys want to follow along, you can do this. But essentially, we are going to be... YouTube just sometimes be bugging. Okay, we've already talked about the different classes, right? The different classes of Dungeons and Dragons. And I feel like we should also talk about the races that you can play if you're starting out with the basic rules or with the player's handbook. So there is a limit to the number of races that you actually can play, but it does depend on your dungeon master if they're going to be allowing more races. But since we're just doing a beginner type stream, right, I'm not gonna bombard you with all of the fantastical races that are out there, because of you know, there are a lot of expansion packs, a lot of rule books that came out with a whole lot of other races that exist, and that's a bit too much of like information overload. Our heads are gonna explode. Yeah, they essentially, D&D has DLCs. You also have to pay for them. So yeah, I'm not gonna make a human fighter. That's the basicest of the basic. All right. So if you go to your basic rules, and you look for page 13, right? If you go to page 13, we have like the chapter on races. I'm not gonna share the basic rules on stream anymore. I'm just gonna be drawing them. But basically, you have dwarf. You have dwarf, and then we also have your elves. Yeah, let's not make our lives complicated. Let's start with the basic races that you can actually begin with. Then we have halflings. I usually find that my handwriting is so much better if I'm writing in block print and not in like cursive. Human. We have the most common one that people usually choose, which is the human race. And after that, we do have, yeah, these are the basic races that you can actually access in the basic rules. Just so that you know, right? So let's not make it too complicated. Our ogre is basic race. Not really. I think that's a monstrous race. The closest thing that you can get to being an ogre, although I guess it's gonna be a very technical closeness. Orcs were a basic race? No, it's the half orc. It's the half orc. Orc is the monstrous version. Half orcs are the cross between a human bond plus an orc. Usually you can't play an orc unless you're using like an expansion pack. I'll just call them expansion packs, right? Yeah. So in the basic rules, it only has those 4 races. But you also have your tieflings, which are your demons, right? Demons, yes. You have your tieflings. And you also have your half-orcs. You also have your... Oh, I'm gonna remove the character sheet for now, since we're not gonna be using it yet. Wait, are tieflings demon or devil? I might have to change that. Tieflings! Yeah, I said it correctly. I said it correctly. Yeah, demons and devils are distinct races in D&D, especially when it comes to like the mobs itself. But tieflings are Tief. Like TF. Oh, they're devilish. Okay, thanks. Alright. No! No! Okay. After tieflings, half-orcs, what else are there? Oh my god, do I still have my copy of the player's handbook? Maybe I can look at it there. Player's handbook, there we go. Oh yeah, Dragonborn! Yeah. Yeah, Dragonborn are like... Duh, dragon. Dragonkin. Okay. I guess, I'm not sure if there's a difference if we use like, if we use the SRD, the standard themabob. Yeah, we have not Dragonkin, Dragonborn. There you go. SRD should also be fine. I'll look for a copy of the SRD. Asimars are just not available in Player's Handbook. I think you can get that in Volo's Guide to Monsters. So Volo's Guide is not free. So we can't talk about it as much. I used to have like an ASMR moon druid, and she was my favoriteest character ever because she got to do cool shit. SRD D&D. Okay. I think you can also use this one. I'm not sure if the SRD has more classes though. I mean races. Oh yeah, half elves. D&D seems like a lot of reading rules. It does. But that's why I'm trying to simplify it, because it can be overwhelming. Like honestly, like if you dive in head first into Dungeons and Dragons, it can be very, I don't know, time consuming to keep reading the entire player's handbook before you start a game. So what I normally do whenever I'm like onboarding new players who want to like play Dungeons and Dragons and I dungeon master for them, I essentially just make them make a character and then we play as we go and they learn as they go. Elementals, you mean the Genasi? Also Drow are like a sub. Technically we do have access to Drow, which are the dark elves, but yeah. Wait, I think I can't find the SRD. Oh, here. I found the SRD. Let me just check if there are more races there. Oh, the SRD actually has like 403 pages. But I think it's like not as organized as I would want it to be. Yeah. Gnomes! Gnomes! Yeah, gnomes exist here. How do you find local sessions though? You look for Discord. You look for Discord servers that let you play D&D with other people. Yeah. Yeah, Genasi. It's fun playing Genasis, I guess. It's really cute. All of these races are in Neverwinter. Yeah. Yeah, defos. Discord servers, Facebook groups, I think you'll be able to find them if you look hard enough. No, you don't have to look for friends. None of the people that I've played with were friends before, but we're friends now, and that's something that matters. You know, that's something that counts. You don't have to be friends with them to play. It's gonna take some time to get used to playing with strangers, but eventually you guys will get developed. No, not developed, but like you guys are gonna have to like, weather it out. Imagine having friends. It's okay. You get to find friends. Honestly, like I would really recommend that you guys look for like a D&D Facebook. Yeah, D&D Facebook or something. There should be some available locally. Although, yeah. Ano, akala ko na. No, it's okay. Developed yarn. Human interaction is okay. Yeah. D&D campaign in the fan server went. I only got invites from Peace International, but I don't know how to communicate. It's okay. Man, I wish I could DM for you guys. Honestly, I wish I could. Cause not gonna lie, I am a very introverted person, right? I dislike social interaction, right? I don't particularly like it, but D&D helped open up possibilities for me. I made like friends. I didn't expect that I'd make friends, but I also have like had like really amazing experiences playing like I will stutter and die right at. Hey, this is why I never play a charisma character. I would never play a bard. AL or homebrew? A homebrew. I mostly play homebrew. I feel the initial interaction with anyone. I'm pretty sure there are some dungeon masters here in chat. Thank you. Actually, D&D is like a social club for introverts because you don't have to be yourself. You can always play to be like someone else, right? You can always be someone else and pretend to be someone you're not. Wow, heavy. Yeah. All right. So we'll only talk about the 4, right? Because we don't have access to the racial traits of these guys. Yeah, aren't VTubers just bards? No, I cannot accept myself as a bard. I am not meant for that kind of life, I think. Okay? So let us start with, I really want to dive deep into this, bro. I swear, I'm really happy that I'm really happy that you guys are interested in Dungeons and Dragons, because like I swear, like this game has changed my life. I'm really happy that I took the chance to actually play this back then. Because not gonna lie, I wouldn't have tried it if I actually paid for my first game. Like, there was an event that was happening in the metro back then, like years ago. There was an event that was happening in the metro, and essentially, it was a beginner-friendly event that was happening, and there were a lot of dungeon masters. There were a lot of players as well. I got dice from that event, like my first ever set of dice. I got my first ever set of dice from that beginner-friendly Dungeons and Dragons event, and I learned a lot. Is it with the greasy snitches? They're the ones that always holds it, right? They're the ones that always hold the usual event stuff. And yeah, Greasy Snitches is kind of popular for like their D&D hosted events. So yeah, there's that. Okay, let's start with dwarves. Let's start with dwarves. Dwarf. So dwarves are like... I left my dice in the Philippines. Oh, you're in a different country. I see. How's the weather there? Their DMs are good. Yeah, I swear, their DMs are really good. I like playing under them. But yeah, they held an event back then. I got some dice. I managed to play D&D for the first time. And I was able to roll it. It was an IRL game, so, you know, being able to be in front of people was really nerve-wracking, but it was very enjoyable. I have so much D20s and other kinds of die. Alright. Oh, it's winter. Okay. So, these guys are like tough. With beards and stuff like that, right? So they have beards. I'll draw them with like big chunky bodies. You don't know how I draw. Oh my god. Let's give this guy an axe. Let's give this guy an axe. There we go. This looks more like a halberd actually. I'll give him more hair. There we go. GB Viking. He's a small dwarf. I mean, duh. But like, yeah. So this is our dwarf. We're gonna talk about dwarves right now. So dwarves are usually on the shorter end of the height spectrum. But they're not necessarily called small folk. They are still medium in size. And why does size matter in Dungeons and Dragons? To put it simply, right? Size determines if short boy with big strength. Yeah. Dwarves usually okay. No, size really only matters if like if you're small, you can't really hold heavy weapons, and if you're small, you can hide behind medium creatures. It shows the amount of space that you would occupy. Because if you're a large creature, right? If you are a large creature, then you would occupy like at least 2x2 on a grid. Imagine a gnome using great weapons. Honestly, that would be cute. That would be cute. Alright, okay. So, dwarves are medium creatures, and essentially, okay, I'm gonna close my player's handbook. It's gonna be too distracting. Okay. Dwarves are very resilient creatures. They usually have like an increase in their constitution score. So on the topic of that, right? What the heck are these ability scores? Like, if you noticed earlier, while I was flashing the character sheet, right? What are those abilities on the side? What are they for, right? Yeah. So we actually, before we proceed with the dwarf discussion, right? We actually have 6 abilities that we can talk about for Dungeons and Dragons. Right, so the first ability that you have is Strength, followed by Dexterity, Oh my god, mukhang pambata yung handwriting ko. And then we have Constitution. So these are your physical scores. These are your physical scores, right? And then you have your Intelligence. You have your Wisdom. And you have your Charisma. And these are your mental scores. That's the easiest way to remember them. The first three are always your physical scores, and the second three are your mental scores, right? So when we talk about these things, we usually think about them in such a way that I don't know. The easiest way the easiest way to understand what these things are for is that strength is how strong you can crush a tomato with your hands. Dexterity is like how deftly you can evade if someone throws a tomato at you. How did they describe it for Constitution? Yeah, Constitution is how healthy the tomato is, maybe. Intelligence is knowing that the tomato is a fruit. The tomato is considered as a fruit, right? Intelligence is knowing that the tomato is a fruit, but wisdom is knowing that you are not supposed to put tomatoes in a fruit salad. And then charisma is, I don't know, what the heck do you do with charisma? Yeah. Constitution is being able to not get sick after eating a spoiled tomato. Yeah. Yeah, charisma is being able to sell tomato salad. Tomato fruit salad. Yeah. So yeah, strength is basically how strong you can be physically. Dexterity is how mobile and how agile you are. Constitution is how healthy you are, right? Constitution is how healthy you are. And intelligence is basically what I said earlier. You know exactly what a tomato does. Wisdom is knowing what to put and not to put a tomato into. And charisma is, convincing people that tomato is this, tomato is that. No, do not seduce your tomatoes, guys. Don't do that to your tomatoes. Tomatoes deserve better. Okay? On the topic of these abilities, though, right? This is essentially what makes up the entirety of a character. Like, you could probably have like a really high strength score and a really high constitution score, and it translates into a character that is probably very healthy looking, very muscular, very sturdy, and can probably tank a few hits, right? But if you have a character that has more dexterity and constitution, the way that would translate into your character is that they are healthy looking enough, but instead of being muscular, they're a little bit more lean, and they can move faster. They can they're a little bit more lithe, more graceful with the way that they move. So yeah. Yeah, nimble. Thank you for the word. Yeah. Intelligence is basically like, book smart. Intelligence is book smart, and wisdom is street smart. That's the easiest way that I can differentiate those two abilities. And lastly, for charisma, I'm of the mind that charisma isn't always just about sweet-talking people. Charisma is also how well you understand social cues and how well people respond to you in social manners. It's not always like seducing people or whatever stereotype bards get. But charisma is also knowing how to talk your way out of trouble. Charisma is also being able to intimidate people properly, right? It's force of will. It's being able to yeah, it's kind of like willpower as well. Although I guess you can say wisdom is also technically willpower. But yeah, it's your personality and some form of agreeableness. Just because you have like a really low score in charisma doesn't mean you're an ugly person. It could probably mean that you're very socially inept and you're not necessarily as agreeable of a person. People don't find it in themselves to automatically agree with you. Yeah. So, yeah, you use charisma for intimidation as well. It's the way that you carry yourself as a character, as a person. Yeah, that's how it usually works. Alright, when your character has high int but you're freaking stupid. Hey, I played Wizards before and it was like the most difficult class to roleplay as for me. It's like, I'm dumb as fuck. And Wizards have to sound really smart. I don't know how to do that. I have no idea how to sound smart. Yeah, so that's the abilities, right? That's the abilities that we have to keep in mind when it comes to making characters, right? So I'm gonna erase these things. Since you already have an idea of how these ability stats work, you will probably have an easier time understanding how this applies to your race that you select for your character, right? So here we have +2 Constitution for dwarves. That means dwarves are essentially very stocky, very you know, healthy, very I don't know. I honestly don't know how to explain it other than they're like, you know, they're healthier. Yeah. So this just means that they get a bonus, right? They get a bonus to their constitution scores other than what they already got before, right? So that's what they usually get. Usually dwarves are more lawful than they are the other way around. And what you need to remember about dwarves, this is what makes dwarves really cool. It's the fact that they do have advantage on saving throws. What exactly are saving throws, Muriel? That sounds so complicated. When you say saving throws, right, those are like, if you look back at the abilities that I told you about earlier, saving throws is essentially what saves you out of a nasty situation. So, for example, you were walking inside a room. You see that the room is pretty dark. There is barely any light coming from the now dim torches. And you manage to step into something kinda wet. The feeling feels like wet socks in a murky, muddy spot. But for some reason, it makes your legs ache. As if your nerves begin to tingle. Yeah, it's kind of like wet socks. Your nerves begin to tingle and you feel as though something is seeping through your veins right now. The Dungeon Master asks you to roll a Constitution saving throw or get poisoned or something. Yeah. That's basically how saving throws work. It uses your abilities, the abilities that we talked about earlier, and based on the number that you have with those abilities, you can pass or you can fail, right? A Constitution saving throw is basically you roll the dice with additional numbers depending on what scores you have, right? And it basically saves you. It basically saves you from getting poisoned. That's the easiest way that I can explain like a saving throw. Yeah. So dwarves can like can have advantages in saving throws for poison and stuff like that. Basically, when your character is put into a dangerous situation, you have to rely on ability. So yeah, thank you! That's like the smartest answer in summarized form. I made it so much more complicated. Yeah. So when I say that dwarves have saving throws, yeah, they're kind of like resistances. Yeah. It's like resistances, but it's always going to be RNG because you have to roll the dice for it. Like, you always have to roll your d20 plus your modifiers afterwards with the score. So usually there is a number that the DM has that says if you pass or you fail. So, yeah, that's how it goes. So yeah, dwarves can also see in the dark. Oops. They can see in the dark. So that kind of makes them really cool, especially if you're like exploring really dark areas in a dungeon or in a forest or basically just about any terrain. Yeah, dark. You call this you call this skill dark vision. Yeah, so you can see in the dark. But when you see in the dark, it's going to be in black and white. You're not going to be able to see it in color. Yeah. For dwarves, you're also like proficient with axes and stuff. I feel like it's very stereotypical when you think about it, but I guess it kind of makes sense. Yeah. And dwarves are also like, dwarves are also like, it's like thermals. Wait a sec, VTuber talking about D&D. I like D&D. D&D is really fun. Yeah, so is D&D made half the stereotypes after Lord of the Rings. Yeah, dark vision is always in grayscale. You can't see shades of color, only shades of black and white. If you really want to see clearly, this is more advanced, but if you're a warlock with devil sight, I think that will make you like have an easier time with it. But essentially, yeah, that's what dwarves do, right? They can also use axes as weapons, like automatically, right off the bat, instead of having to pick a class that makes you learn how to use more weapon types. They automatically come with it. Yeah. Plus others. Yeah, thank you, Loon. It's a very cute dwarf. He's very small. Yeah, yeah, it's called night vision. Yeah. Oh gosh, I hope my murder hobo DM doesn't bring up the black and white. You'll be fine. So does that mean the number of dice rolled plus your character stats equals the number based on fail or pass? It's going to be not the number of dice, but the number on the dice plus your character stats, right? And then whatever number that is, it fights against what number the dungeon master has to let you know if you passed or failed. Yeah. Are there a lot of new people to Dungeons and Dragons here? Yeah, there are actually. I'm really happy because there are a lot of people who are interested, and I don't know if I'm going too fast or too slow, but yeah. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, it's basically what dwarves are, I guess. That's the easiest way without going into like the complicated stuff about like racial characteristics and stuff. Yeah, it seems like there are a lot of new people around. Yeah. Well paced. Oh, my heart. Papa, thank you. Yeah, so those are dwarves. You can read more. You can hug anyone, even dragons. I would hug a dragon. But yeah. What was I saying? If you want to read more about dwarves, right, you can always refer back to the basic rules that I linked earlier. It's in the pinned comment. It's basically like this is the rule book that you can follow if you want to start a game of Dungeons and Dragons, right? So yeah, there is that. That's it for dwarves, I guess. Although you will probably hear about you can hug any creature at least once. That's the safest way to say it. Actually, you are very correct, because you know it might be your last time. It might be your last time hugging them. All right. Okay, here's another thing. You might have heard of sub-races, right? You might have heard of sub-races. So with dwarves, right, they're actually imagine hugging Strahd. It's okay. Strahd is cool. I like Curse of Strahd. It was a fun campaign. Alright, so what was I? You might have heard of sub-races before. And basically for dwarves, right? Basically for dwarves, you have two basic variants of them based on the basic rules. There are always going to be a lot more, but let's always start with the basics for now, right? I'm actually playing Curse of Strahd right now. Oh, you are in for a wild ride. It's painful to survive. It's okay. It's a lot grittier than the regular, but I guess I still have to experience like a lot of the other stuff, right? Alright, so dwarves, right? There are two sub-races. Now, sub-races are, I guess, important in Dungeons and Dragons, right? It's important if you want to maximize the kind of stats that you get. So, for dwarves, you have a hill dwarf and a mountain dwarf. Yeah. So... don't use wizard because you can die with just to say, hey, I can't refute that. I can't refute that. Anyway, yeah. So for dwarves, you have two basic sub-races for them, which is basically the hill dwarves and the mountain dwarves. And what makes them different is that hill dwarves are usually like, they get a plus in wisdom. So that means they kind of seem a little bit wiser. And they also have like toughness. So they are tankier. I guess it's the easiest way to like explain it. They get more hit points than the regular dwarf. Than the other kinds of dwarves, basically. While mountain dwarves have an increase in their strength, so they are like kind of bulkier, I guess, if you really want to visualize a character like that. But at the same time, because mountain dwarves are stronger than the regular dwarf, they are also like, they get free proficiency, or they're more used to wearing light and medium armor. I guess those are things that we might talk about in the future, because there are so many things to think about when it comes to D&D, right? Oh my god, the diggy hole song. I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole. Subrace, basically if you're from Florida or Texas. Are those bonuses permanent? Yes, they are. They stay with you because it's part of technically who you are, right? Yeah. Yeah. they basically stick with you because it's part of your your being as a person. Diggy diggy hole. Yeah, that's all. Oh my god, I used to listen to that a lot, especially when I'm playing Minecraft. Yeah, we're not going into lineages though, because like that's going to be a little bit more complicated, and it comes from Tasha's, right? Lineage comes from Tasha's. It might be a bit too complex for a basic D&D theme. So yeah, tada! That is for dwarves, right? That's what you get from dwarves. If you really want, currently we are talking about PHB. Technically, I'm because a lot of people here are new. I don't want to bombard everyone with too much information. So to stick with the basics, I'm just using the basic rules from the Wizards website, which only has 4 races, so that people don't get too overwhelmed. Because when I was starting out with Dungeons and Dragons, there was so many things to read. I feel like if I forced myself to read every single thing, I probably would have gotten tired of it already. I honestly would have gotten tired of it already if I had to like bombard myself with so much information. So it really helps if you can break these things down into something simpler, because people will be able to appreciate it a little bit better. They don't have to think too much about all of these things in one go. I know the rules aren't meant to be read in one sitting, but there is a common misconception that people think to be able to start playing Dungeons and Dragons, you need to have read the entire book so that you can properly play it. Yeah, that you don't have to memorize every single thing, because part of the adventuring in D&D is learning as you go and being open to suggestions from other players and even your dungeon master, so that you'll be able to enjoy your experience without constraining yourself, right? Without constraining yourself to how you're supposed to be playing. Yeah. Reading the entire book is a trap. My favorite time playing D&D was learning the game together with friends. Yeah, I'm honestly a really big fan of learning as you go. Learning as you go has helped me appreciate things as it happens, because the people that I've been with when I'm playing Dungeons and Dragons is that people have been really generally helpful. And I think the general Philippine community when it comes to Dungeons and Dragons is particularly pretty helpful. I'm not gonna lie. Sana all has D&D friends to start with. We will get there. We'll all get there. Alright, those are the dwarves, right? Let's move towards the next race, which is essentially the elf. Can I draw an elf though? That is my question. How do you draw elves? Stereotypical elves are like... Maybe give them hair. Oh my god, I can give them like a hat. I can give them a hat. I'll give them pointy ears. They're humans but with pointy ears. It's Link. Oh, you're right. Tiefling, I'm sorry, can't draw. I'll make them really long to contrast against dwarves. No, it's not that pointy of a nose, but it's a Christmas elf. He's a very tall boy. Hey, you guys gotta know, I'm not a drawer. I'm not an artist. just to provide like some. I'll give him a turtleneck. Oh my god, this elf has a turtleneck. There we go. Dobby's a free elf. I gave them clothes. There you go. He even gets like a knee pack and stuff. He gets like dark boots. Oh no, what happened to my brush? See? Really? Oh no, my brush disappeared. Oh, there we go. Is that a belt or is he wearing a crop top? That's a belt! No, he could be wearing a crop top. Oh no, where did my brush go? There we go. Comfy looking turtleneck. Got a nice joke. Let's give him... He's not... elves usually sound very, archery to me. He has arms now, dude. Alright, they sound very archery to me. So I'll give him like a longbow. Yeah, I'll give him a longbow. Here we go. He has some arrows here at the back. There we go. Why do I feel like most elves I've seen are archers? Because they have the stats to make it. They have the stats to make it work out. Alright, these are elves. Okay, so elves in contrast to dwarves are, you know, usually taller. It's a Christmas elf, yeah. I'm sorry. I don't know how else to draw elves. Okay. Alright, so these are elves, right? He has 3 fingers. Oh yeah, he's holding the string. I'm sorry. He's holding the strings. Oh no. Well, it would be weird if I like make him hold it. But I don't know. It's okay. He's special. Yeah. So this is our elf. And what you need to remember about elves is that they're usually very slender in description, right? They usually make elves really, really pretty. For some reason. This is an archer in training, yeah. In contrast to dwarves, right? In contrast to dwarves, elves are usually more on the dexterous type. So instead of getting a plus to strength, it usually gets a +2 to dexterity. So if you remember what I said earlier, being dexterous means you're very agile, very nimble, you can move around a lot faster. So yeah, elves are like, you know, they're great at wiggling. Slender limbs makes chopping them easy. It's the K-pop stars of D&D, I guess so. Yeah. Elves are usually more... I'm just basing this on what I'm reading. What I need you guys to remember is that your character doesn't necessarily have to be limited to the 9 alignments that are available, right? You don't necessarily have to play by the book and say, oh, I'm a lawful good person. I'll always follow the rules, no matter how bad they are. Yeah, you don't have to be constrained to following these alignments because it's technically still going to be your character. Sure, you can have a framework, you can have a reference that, oh, maybe my character is a goody two-shoes and I don't want them to get into any sort of trouble. But if you feel like there is a subtle change in the way that your character behaves based on what happened to your D&D campaign, then yeah, you feel free to make your character do what you want them to do. Yeah. Best alignment is don't be a jerk. Essentially... I guess so, but if you really wanted to play a mean character, you can. Yeah, the alignments are okay for roleplay heavy campaigns, but for something a little bit more relaxed, like if you want to go on an adventure with friends, you don't have to subscribe to it as stringently as others would expect you to be, right? But elves are in essence a lot more closer to the soft side of chaos according to the basic rules. The soft side of chaos. I don't know, that's what the basic rules said. Yeah. Another thing is that elves are also night vision people. They have dark vision. But similar to dwarves, right? Similar to dwarves, they will also have the limitation of only being able to see in black and white when they're in the dark. Soft. Soft. Yeah. Yeah. Elves also have dark vision, but again, the maximum limitation that you can get for dark vision is that it's always going to be in black and white. Do elves hear better? Not necessarily. I don't think they have intelligence, wisdom. Okay. When with the ears and all, no. I don't think there's a racial bonus for being able to hear better or see better. We'll get into perception and seeing things better later, because I think it's an entire skill section for those kinds of things. Yeah, I don't think they get bonuses on perception though. Yeah, I guess it's different for Pathfinder. But yeah, in general though, they don't particularly have it in this iteration. Okay, so a fun thing about elves is that they don't need to sleep. They don't need to sleep. Right. Elves don't need to sleep because they usually enter a trance state instead of like actually needing a long rest. Yeah, they meditate. They essentially meditate. They meditate and it replenishes them, their soul, their their being as a person. Yeah. Elves don't need sleep. Maybe I am an elf. But yeah, elves don't necessarily need to sleep. They can stay in a trance mode for like about 4 hours and they get the same amount of restedness. They get the same amount of restedness in comparison to other creatures. Other creatures that have to rest for like 8 hours. Yeah. I wanna be an elf. Yeah. They also can't be put to sleep. So magic that makes other characters sleep would essentially not work on them. Yeah. Alright. So for elves, another thing that we do need to oh yeah, okay, my bad. Thanks for reminding me. Yeah, elves do get bonuses to perception. Yeah, elves have keen senses. My bad, I forgot about that. Thank you for bringing it up. Yeah, so keen senses mean that you have a proficiency in the perception skill, and we'll get into the definition of what perception is as a thing. But perception is essentially how well you look around and notice these things. What is the difference between meditate and sleep? Sleep is essentially being able to like go knock yourself unconscious and sleep for 8 hours. Meditating is technically a half awake kind of thing. Half awake kind of state. My first ever mistake was using sleep on elf cards. Yeah, so yeah, keen senses, they get bonuses to perception. I guess we'll talk about the abilities later. Alright, okay. I'm not going to talk about the languages because I think, it's a bit too much to discuss. Sleep sounds great, if only we can have it every night. Okay, so like earlier, elves do come with some sub-races as well. Right, so one of the sub-races that are available for elves would be the High Elves and the Wood Elves. So High Elves are those fancy, smart-ass types of elves. Because they have like additional bonuses to intelligence, so they're technically smarter, right? And they can like cast magic right from the get-go. Are they always high? Yeah, they're the nerdy magic-oriented elves. Because elves, high elves in particular, can cast magic right off the bat. They get a free cantrip. Free cantrip. Yeah, the typical high elves are the ones in Lord of the Rings. Thank you. Actually, that's a very good definition. Like, high elves are Legolas. What elves are Link? Yeah. So, yeah. You also get like a cantrip is like a basic form of spell. Cantrips are basic forms of spells. Like, there are more powerful spells, but the cantrip is like the most basic thing that a spellcaster can cast. And they get free access to cantrips just by virtue of being high. Yes. Cantrip spells are spells that you can use forever. They're always going to be available to you. They're always going to be available to you. It's an unlimited number of times that you can use it. Yeah, that's what a cantrip is. In contrast to the high elves, the wood elves are the street smart elves because they get the wisdom bonus. They get the wisdom bonus, and they're faster. They can move a lot faster, so they have plus movement. Yeah. So because they have plus movement as well, they're also quite proficient in hiding, like under foresty areas, foliage, heavy rain, falling snow, and other natural phenomena. So they can like hide whenever they're lightly obscured. They're great hiders. They're great hide and seekers. No, hiders only. Hiders. Cantrips sound way too good then, so I assume they're only like very basics. Yes, they are the very basicest spells. It's usually your bread and butter as a spellcaster class, right? Because of course you could run out of like mana for your more powerful spells. So the more powerful spells would require you to expend enough of your magical energy. We call them spell slots, basically. But yeah, you can run out of mana, you can run out of spell slots, but you'll never be able to run out of cantrips. So if you're like fresh out of all of your magical resources, you can still rely on your cantrips to get you through nasty combat situations. Cantrips are like baby spells, but they are powerful in their own right, you know. Yes, there's mana. They are powerful in their own right because it can keep you going even if you've run out of all of your other stuff. Yeah. Dancing and magic doesn't require mana. Well, I was referring to like... I know, I'm just trying to compare... I'm just trying to define what spell slots are in a way that's easily understood. Because, yeah. You can essentially like, only cast a type of spell for a specific number of times. Yeah. So, cantrips can be very powerful because throughout your journey as a D&D adventurer, right? It does scale with your character's level and not necessarily the class level. Picking is important when you want... Yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna mention the thingy in Tasha's and the newer rulebooks that say you can change it every ASI, I think, or something, because that's too complicated. But yeah. Do high elves still use bow or mostly magic? It really depends. It really depends on what kind of class you would pick. If you remember the last stream, you can either be a wizard, a sorcerer, a warlock, or you can be a fighter, a barbarian, etc. So, depending on what class you choose when you make your character, it technically defines what kind of weapons or magic that you will be using. There are more rulebooks, yeah, but that's why we're sticking to the basic rules so that we're not gonna be too overwhelmed. There are strong cantrips too. Honestly, Eldritch Blast is still the strongest in my opinion. But yeah. You don't necessarily have to limit yourselves with the stereotype that, oh, I'm an elf, I'm only gonna be playing an archer type character. I'm not gonna try being a barbarian. Yeah, so these are elves. Yeah, these are elves. Ta-da! So let's move forward. The next one that we're going to be discussing is your halfling. So halflings are small folk. Let me write that down. Halfling. Halfling. Yeah, so they're half the man you want to be. Small. Don't mention the Eldrin. No, I won't. I love playing Eldrins though, cause the weather magic, the season magic. Season is it magic? Yeah, but the racial season thingy mabob with Eldrin is like really nice. All right, so halflings. Halflings are the small folk. Small, like they're true small because yeah. How do we draw? Did you forget drow? I can't discuss the drow because the drow isn't in the basic rules. Although drows are a subspecies of elf, but technically they come into the more complicated rulebook, so let's not discuss about it for now. If someone is half-halfling, does that make them quarterling? Yeah, drows are the edgelord elves. But it's too complicated to have all of them in one go. So let's start with the basics. Are halflings 4'9"? Let me check. I think it usually says in the rulebook how tall these guys are. Alright, halflings stand about 3 feet tall. They're only up to 3 feet. Okay, so how do we draw halflings? You're shorter than 4'9". It's basically... I'm not a halfling if I'm 4'9", guys. I'm not. No, they reach up to 3 feet. What are you talking about? Okay. Yeah. Fine, I'll draw myself so that you can visualize what it is. I look so tired of life. Why am I small? There we go. She's not feeling so good. Yeah, I drew myself as an one Powerpuff Girls yung suot ng small halfling Miriam na to. Alright, so halflings, right? Halflings are essentially small. Or a dice goblin. I feel like I only have, if I can remember correctly, I only have like 5 sets of dice, so it's not really a lot. not dice goblin enough. Anyway, back to halflings. Come on. Back to halflings, okay? So halflings are small. They also get bonuses to dexterity, so they are pretty nimble. They can bite your knees and run away without getting caught. Yeah. Yeah. Smalls. Only 5 sets? That's not a lot though. 5 if you're really comparing them with like actual hoarders of dice. That's not a lot. I do like dice though. I have like yeah. Halflings are essentially also like they're good people. They are goody two shoes in general. The alignment for them, goody two shoes. Okay. Halflings, because they're small, they walk a little bit like less fast, slower. They walk slower. They walk slower, definitely. Elaine Raid, hello there, aliens. Hello. I have metal die. Oh, metal dice are really heavy. I would never want to be on the receiving end of someone throwing it at me. It's an alien. Honestly, moving forward, let us call them alien invasions. Let's not call them raids anymore because it's from Elaine, right? They're gonna be alien invasions. I think it sounds cuter that way. Anyway, hello there, aliens! Hello, Elaine, if you're there. I am currently talking about the small halflings of Dungeons and Dragons. We're being invaded! Yeah. Yeah, it's an alien invasion. We're here. Hello, welcome to the stream. I hope you guys enjoyed the karaoke. Karaoke earlier. Watch out for their abduction. Yeah. Hello. Welcome. Alright. Okay. Oh, I do have a question because I wasn't able to watch I wasn't able to watch the karaoke stream, right? What was Elaine singing about? Watch out for our probing. What? Alright. So going back, like halflings are the small folk and they're really good aligned things. They only grow up to 3 feet. 3 feet high. Right? Time for halfling luck. Yeah. Halflings are also very, very lucky. They're also very lucky. Swerte ko naman sa'yo. Yeah. Elaine went on a nostalgia trip, mostly Vocaloid songs. I see. Hitting us right in the kokoro. Alright, so halflings are lucky, right? In Dungeons and Dragons, your DM usually makes you roll the dice for just about any reason. For example, their D&D Lalafels until I mentioned their goody two shoes. Evil halflings be like, hey, I will commit crimes. Get stepped on. Okay, let me give you a scenario of when lucky will work, right? If you roll the dice, for example, the DM tells you that, alright, you want to climb this rock, this really huge rock. I think you can't climb it, but if you roll me your d20, let's see if you can actually like scope the height of the thing, right? And then you roll the dice, which is your d20, which is the 20-sided one, and you roll a natural 1, right? Rolling a natural 1 can mean a lot of consequences for you. In combat, if you roll a 1, it means that you miss your attack. It's a critical fail. If you're dying and you roll a 1, you're gonna die faster. I guess that's the easiest way to like explain it. Halflings, on the other hand, if they roll a 1, they can have a chance to re-roll the dice. Yeah. They can re-roll the dice. So if I roll a natural 1 as a halfling, as small Miria, I mean, I'm not gonna take that. I feel lucky today. You can roll the dice twice. Why is it called natural? You call natural 1s and natural 20s natural because if you roll it on the dice without any modifiers, without any pluses or bonuses coming from your other stats, that's a natural roll, essentially. What if it's 1 again? Then you have to take the L. You have to take the L. You have to take the L if you roll 1 again, right? So the magic numbers in Dungeons and Dragons is essentially like either a 1, a natural 1, or a natural 20. A natural 20 is like the best possible outcome that can happen. It's not perfect, but it's the best possible one. If you roll 2 natural 1s, then that's the universe telling you something. Yeah. Hello, new viewer here. How long have you been playing Dungeons and Dragons? I started in 2019. And I'm still currently playing it up until now, so that makes it, what, 2019, 2020, 2021... 4 years! 4 years! I feel old! But yeah, I've been playing since 2019. I started playing 2019, I started DMing 2020. So yeah, pretty much the start of COVID. Hey, the start of COVID happened 2020, right? Right? Am I forgetting how time works? You know it's just 3. Huh? Wait, 2019. Oh yeah, it's just 3. Oh yeah, 3, sorry, 3. I can't. I'm in the future. Yung math. I'm sorry. Okay. Let's do that again. I started playing in 2019. It's been 3 years since I started playing. Yeah. Halfling can't math. No. Alright. For someone who plays the math game, you're pretty bad at math. Hey, I have the excuse of being bad at math because I was playing Dungeons and Dragons mostly online. So that meant using either Foundry or Roll20, which does the math for me. It does the math for me. Do you play your campaigns in English or Tagalog? Mostly in English. Mostly in English. Yeah, virtual tabletops are good. Virtual tabletops are great. I don't have to do the math. Roll me an intelligence check. And then character creation. Yeah, I'm just going to be creating a character. Or essentially, it's more of like talking about Dungeons and Dragons and how it works for new people. I've been running my homebrew campaign for 2 years now. I think the longest homebrew campaign that I've been in was around 2 years, but eventually it kind of like died. It kind of died. Do you play with IRL friends or are all your friends players over? I have local friends. I have friends. Yeah, I play locally. I also have like international friends who also play D&D. So yeah. Oh shit, you play D&D? Yeah, I do. Hello, welcome. Local friends. Sana all my friends. Yeah, ayo friends. Yeah. I haven't even finished making my homebrew campaign. Oh, good luck with that though. Yeah, it just goes to show that you can really make a lot of friends when you play D&D. So like, yeah, try it, make friends. No way she has friends. I'm sorry. The way I said it meant like I was differentiating local friends. I think by important. I'm sorry. Yeah, the local group that I play with is, I don't know, just a weekly D&D thing. It's fairly consistent. Alright, anyway, back to Small Miria. Other than being lucky, they're also very brave. They're also very brave, right? So halflings have this trait called being brave. So you have an advantage on saving throws against being frightened. So what does it mean when you have advantage, Miria? That sounds confusing to someone new like me. When you say that someone has advantage... Alam mo, interdimensional. Alright. What was I saying? What does it mean when you have advantage, Miria? It means that you technically roll the dice twice. So instead of rolling like a singular d20, right? Maybe I roll the first one as... I roll a 12. And the DM tells me that, oh, that's too low. That's way too low. You're gonna be scared of this monster right here. But if you remember that you're brave and you have advantage on rolls against being frightened, you can roll another d20. And if it's a higher number, for example, like 16, you'll take the higher number. It means that the enemy will die. No. But yeah, you will always take the higher number if you have advantage. If you have disadvantage, it's the opposite. So you still roll two dice. And you always take the lower number. So, it's the reverse. So when you're brave, you have an advantage over getting scared, which means you don't get scared that easily, right? And you just you get to roll more math rocks. You get to roll more math rocks that way, which is kind of fun in itself, you know. Alright. Oh god, it's been like an hour and a half and we're only talking about the third race. We haven't even talked about humans yet. Yeah. Okay. Another thing about halflings is the fact that they're small, right? They are small. So they can they can move through other creatures. As long as they're like bigger than you. You can move through other creatures bigger than you. Yeah. D&D tutorial with Mira is actually kind of chill. I'm scared that it's a bit too slow, but yeah. We're having part 3. No! Yeah. Yeah, one size bigger rather than 2 sizes. If you're a dwarf and you want to move in the space of a monster, they have to be twice as big as you before you can move under them. But if you're a halfling, because you're small, you can just move to the next size up. Miria, does that mean they can get away from initiating an opportunity of attack? Not necessarily, because for opportunity attacks, what happens there is as long as they move away from the reach of the person, they can get stabbity. They can get stabbed, regardless, as long as they move away from the space. You have to have a certain feat, which is, I forgot the name of the feat, but there is a feat that you can get so that you can avoid opportunity attacks entirely. Mobile. I think it was mobile. Thank you. Yeah, it was mobile. It was mobile. There are other ways to not get opportunity attacked, yeah. Dwarves are short canes, halflings are small princes. Yeah. Feet! No, feet! As in feet. Like feet. That's the spelling of feet. Yeah. That's how you feet. Guys. Yeah, you have to try punching them first though. You have to attack them first before like no. Feet. Nah. The feet have arrived. Oh no. Alright, that's what you get as a halfling, right? So similar to the other sub-races for halflings, right? We have 2 in the basic rules, which is your lightfoot halflings and your stout halflings. Let me write that here. Okay, so they have the lightfoot, and they also have, well, the stout ones. Okay, so how do we differentiate between these 2 things, right? Bona feet mo. No! Alright, lightfoot halflings are charismatic. And they can also hide behind... they can also hide behind a creature that is 1 size larger than them. So a halfling can technically hide behind a dwarf. Or a human, or an elf. They can hide. They can hide. Yeah, stouts like to eat. Lightfoot are quick and cheerful. If you look at the lore, I guess. If you look at the lore. For stout halflings, they are constitution. So they're healthier. And saving throws against poison. Saves versus poison. So it's kind of like a dwarf, but smaller. Kind of like a dwarf, but smaller. My small brain is already feeling the expansion. Yeah, they're like these kinds of halflings are like dwarves. Yeah. So one is chunky, one is eatable. Yeah, I guess. The idea of being a stout halfling intrigues me. Yeah, that's essentially it. That's the difference between the 2. Both are eatable. They're both small. It's just that very dwarfish yung isa. Alright. I'm going to be linking another resource that you guys can use. This is the SRD, which is a thicker rule book that's also free for D&D play. And this is where the Tieflings are. I just want to talk about the Tieflings later because I love them as a race. Okay. Notice how all these races have these cool abilities? Think that's neat? Wait till you get to humans and realize you get none of that. I'm gonna be discussing an extra race because I really love Tieflings, right? Okay, so these are halflings. Ta-da! No more small Miria. Let's get another one. Next up we have the basic of the basic, which are humans. Humans! I'll just grace them with a stick figure. That's essentially it. That's your blank slate. No, I'm not gonna include Skag and Mordenkainen. That's too much. That's too much. Alright. So, humans. This is just like me, for real, for real. Yeah, so these are humans, right? I honestly thought, like, I have a friend that for some reason just really, really likes playing humans in D&D. I was like, wow, you're in a magical, fantastical role-playing game and you choose to be a human. But it's all in good fun though. I'm just kidding with them, but like, yeah, humans are quite versatile. Humans are quite versatile though. Not gonna lie. I'm like that. Yeah, it's like why? Yeah, okay. So when we talk about humans, right? When we talk about humans, they are, I don't know. They're just humans. Okay, so like for humans you get a +1. Okay, we're talking about vanilla humans first. Okay, let's talk about vanilla humans first. Or standard humans. Standard humans, right? Alright, so let's talk about vanilla humans. For vanilla humans, you get +1 to all abilities. Right? So if you remember our strength, our dexterity, charisma, etc., they all get a +1 to that. So yeah. Vanilla human is just like me for may flavor sila. Yeah. So that's for humans, right? They get a +1 in everything. They reach their adulthood in their late teens and live less than a century. Wow, that's so me. They don't have a particular alignment. They're also medium. They walk just like any other race in terms of speed. And yeah. That's it. That's it. That's it. I cannot change this. Alright. Okay. So, that's literally it. There's only like 2 pages dedicated to like a human in the in the basic rules. We know there that's it. But I want to talk about I don't know if you can call it a sub-race. I guess it's a sub-race. We have the variant human. We have the variant human. Humans are normies, yes. Wait, there's more. Yeah. We have the variant humans. These are, you know, a variation of a human. Duh, Miria. Right. So, for variant humans, what makes them really, really cool... What makes them really, really cool is that instead of getting a +1 to all of their ability scores, right? What you can do as a variant human is you would choose, or you would pick, you can only pick, you can pick 2. Pick 2 abilities for your +1. Right? You can pick 2 abilities with a +1. And what makes them super cool is that they get 1 skill. They get 1 skill free. What are skills, Mira? Let's talk about it later. And they get feet! They get feet! They get free feet! If you guys like feet, I guess, you know, pick variant human. You guys get feet. You get a free feet. Oh my god, I was about to misspell free. Free feet. Miria, what are feets? They get free feet, bro. Alright, so 2 is enough for me. And 3 legs. Alright, so what exactly are feats, Miria? Feats are what makes your character cooler. Or like more versatile than the basic one, right? Feats can be akin to like an extra... I wouldn't call them a superpower, right? I wouldn't call them a superpower. Wait, I spelled feet right. What do you mean? It's like normal people will always get hit if they move away from an enemy. Like an enemy can try to hit them. But if you're a variant human with free feet, with free foot, no, with the mobile feet, right? You can automatically avoid attacks of opportunity. What are other feats, Miria? What are other things that can make them like really cool? mobile feet spoken out loud. Yeah, just think about it as a special ability that people usually can only get these special abilities if they hit level 4, level 8, etc, etc. But you can get these things at level 1. Yeah, you can get these things at level 1. So it could be a feat that improves your weaponry skills. Like, you can be a sharpshooter, you can shoot through things and blah blah blah, or you can hit harder. But you can also improve your stats. Like, you can be a smarter person. You can increase your stats that way. Yeah. But anyway, feats are passives. Yeah, that's the best way. Like, it's a free passive ability that you can put on your character so that they can be cooler than other level 1 characters, basically. Yeah. Ta-da! Yeah. Yeah, that's it. That's all you get for being a human. Although I guess you can, like, experiment with how your character is gonna be if you're a human. Like, it's a lot easier to move things around. It's hyper customizable, I guess. That's why a lot of people, and even min-maxers, like most min-maxers would pick a variant human to work with. Although with the advancement in quote-unquote technology when it comes to Dungeons and Dragons, I think some people like custom lineages a lot more. I'm guilty of min-maxing. Hi Maria, how's it going with D&D? It's fun. We're talking about basic humans. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, I stuck with custom lineage ever since Tasha's got released. I'm not gonna lie. But it's quote-unquote too advanced for beginners, so let's not talk about it for now. We are that bland. That's all we get. Alright, so yeah, usually min-maxers really like playing as variant humans because it's just so much more flexible. Right. Fallen Asimar Padlock. Ooh, sounds fun. Alright, I'm gonna just talk about another race because I have a personal preference for these kinds of things. Who is Tasha and why is her half so hideous? I think it's just because she concocted that spell. I think most of the named spells in Dungeons and Dragons are named after like their most their spell creator. So like Autoluke's Resilient Spear, Melf's Minute Meteors. Alright. What if you're both casual and a min-maxer? Yeah. Alright. Leomund's Tiny Hut, yeah. Alright, Tieflings aren't in the basic rules, right? But you can find this in the... You can find this in the SRD, which is the other thing that I linked in... Yeah, they're in the PHB, but the document that I have pinned on the D&D on the stream chat is the basic rules, which only has the four basic races that I was talking about earlier. Yeah, Tieflings are essentially your Tiny Hat is a very nice spell, yes. Alright, Tieflings are how do I draw a Tiefling? I don't know how to draw them. What would your custom spell be? I don't know. I wouldn't... I'm not sure how to think of a spell. Your angle or your... Alright, I don't know how to draw. Oh my gosh. Average rope trick. Hey, rope trick is pretty niche, but also pretty useful when you think about it. Let's just put horns here. And like an angry eyes. An angry eye. Hehe. I can't draw! Oh no. Yeah, they're usually just humans with horns and a tail. That's essentially what they are. Well, with differently colored, like, skin, I guess. Wait. Oops. But what makes them really cool is that they can be really edgy if you really wanted it to be. Wait. Just draw a stickman and add horns. You know what? You're right. But I'm already here. I'm already drawing. Oh yeah, you're right. It does look like a minotaur. Never mind. Maybe my brush is a bit too thick. Oops. There we go. Okay. What? I like how tieflings are canonically just reddish to normal fleshy, but we all just collectively agree that they're a rainbow. A lot of people really like making tieflings that look exactly like humans but with horns and a tail. Are there still other races in the game? There are a lot, actually. There are a lot. It's just that it might be too overwhelming if you have too much in one go. Especially since there are a lot of new people here. Personally, if you're going to ask me, I really do like playing as, I don't know how to pronounce it, Kalashtar. Kalashtars are fun in concept, but I've never been able to like play them properly or like roleplay them properly. Let's give this girl some ram horns because I have a thing for ram horns. Oh god, Spelljammer, yeah, Spelljammer just got released recently. That looks like some VTuber I know. Kalashtar telepathy makes me accept for gulags. Oh yeah, because gulags have like that I forgot what it's called, but they have that thingy that makes them like one-way communication. Ta-da! Just imagine that they have a tail somewhere here. Yeah, Kalashtars are the ones that are connected with the dream plane. It's just a little bit harder to roleplay as them. So, yeah. The terms are starting to overload, but I'm focusing on what you're saying right now. Yeah, we'll go back to the basics. Alright. So, Tieflings are in the SRD, which is another free document that Wizards of the Coast has provided for players who don't necessarily have the full copy of the Player's Handbook. The Player's Handbook is like the basicest of the basic book that has basically everything you need to know. And it has like a lot more details on all the races and the classes. But the basic rules and the SRD is like the free version of these things, which is what I've been linking in the chat so that people can catch up. Okay, catch up. Alright, Tieflings are basically like Tieflings are basically like, if you're going by the book, right? They get a +1 to their intelligence. They get a +1 to their intelligence. And they also get a +2 with their charisma. So they're pretty smart and beguiling and, you know, naturally cunning, I guess. That's the way that you can describe them. Tieflings do have, if you're going by the book again, they have like a tendency to go towards the more, towards a more independent nature. Right? And the lore about Tieflings is that a lot of people don't take too kindly to them based on their descent because they're not necessarily human. They're pretty devilish, I guess, in general, right? So they are very charismatic devils. But people tend to avoid them by virtue of them being, you know, devil spawn, I guess. So yeah. Other than that, they do have this thing where they do have resistance to fire damage. So that means if someone were to hit you with a fireball, instead of suffering a whopping 28 fire damage, you would take half of it. So you technically can live longer that way. Miria, what would be your stat dump? Charisma. Charisma. Yeah, they lean towards more chaotic things. Sounds like a perfect bard class. Are you making the character now a tiefling bard? Yeah. They have the Infernal Legacy as well, right? So what is this Infernal Legacy? They get a free cantrip, free magic as well. Free cantrip. Yeah. When they level up, they can control. They can spew fire out of themselves. I guess. If you would increase your IRL D&D stats by 12 total, how would you allocate them? I don't think I'm worthy of 12 increases. But Miria, what are cantrips? Cantrips are your level 0 spells. They're like your unlimited thingy-mabobs. Of course, we're not going for perfect. We're going for accuracy. So halfling Miria, right? Okay, fine. So many classes are charisma casters, but tiefling bards are very fun and common. Spells you're born. It's like innate. Yeah. So yeah. Watching you teaching D&D makes me want to play again. Oh, go play! If you can find like a group, go ahead. It's fun playing Dungeons and Dragons. We should have elf Miriam, but no. Actually, we're gonna be deciding on these 5 things, right? We have 5 classes, 5 races that we've talked about so far, right? We have 5 races that we've talked about so far. Tiefling Miria is also accurate because of the horn. Having 1 horn makes for some pretty interesting lore. Lore possibilities. Yeah. Actually, I would totally ask you guys, do you guys want me to roll for what race our bard is gonna be? Or are we gonna stick to what seems, like, appropriate? I don't know. What do you guys want? Because I am going to, like, get a... I'm gonna get, like, a dice roller. Okay, we're rolling. Okay. So, let's roll. So, 1 is going to be a dwarf. 2 is going to be an elf. 3 is going to be... What's 3? A halfling. 4 is going to be human. And 5 is going to be tiefling. I included tiefling just because I wanted to talk about it. Alright, surprises. What could possibly go wrong? Alright, let me open a... 6 is Dragonborn. No, we're not including Dragonborn for now. 6, make a poll for chat. What is a D5 doesn't exist. You're right. Okay, fine. 6. 6 is... Chat decides. There we go. Okay, fine. Thank you. That's okay. That's okay. Roll a d10, divide by 2, round down. It's too complicated to... You guys saw how bad my math is. Okay, fine. Okay. We didn't discuss ASMRs, so... I'm not adding it there. No, it can't be round up. Huh? We can just have a chat poll. I guess that makes it easier for people to decide if I can't. Alright. Let me just get the dice roller thingy. I'll just get a dice roller. Okay, let me just get a dice roller, guys. ASMRs are just humans with protagonist syndrome. Not gonna lie, when I made my first ASMR, that kind of felt like my shtick. I wanted to be like that special character. Well, that's cute. Circle of Stars ASMR. That sounds really appropriate. My ASMR back then was a moon druid. I don't know why, but I just did. Alright, let me just put this thing here. Okay, I think I can... Let me... What is this? What is this? 4 for the feet. Wait, let me... Huh, how do I do my dice roller without any strange... Human. Wait, give me a sec. Let me just set it up. Give me like 2 minutes. I'll set up the dice roller in a bit. Use your real clickety clacks. I don't have it. I moved out, so I didn't get to bring it with me. Yeah, Google does have a dice roller. It's just that because I'm gonna be adding a new browser source on OBS, it might accidentally load something else, so I'd rather be careful. Yeah, I'm gonna be using the Google dice roller. It's just that if I add like a new window onto OBS, it might pick something else. Also, I guess a water break wouldn't be so bad. Yeah, give me a sec. I've been having problems with studio mode, Bosu. For some reason, when I do studio mode, it doesn't... Yeah, I guess we can try. Oh, okay. We might see her search history. Unfortunately, I'm using a guest profile on Chrome, so technically you guys aren't gonna see that. Okay, I have studio mode on. Alright, I just need to put... Oops. I just need to put this one here. Did it work? Oh, there we go! Alright. There we go. Alright. So this is how it looks like right now. This is the dice we have right now. We only have like the built-in Google dice roller, which you can also use if you really want to. I have water with me, don't worry. What? Did it disappear? Did it disappear? Oh, it disappeared. There we go. Alright, so we're gonna be rolling a d6. So 1 is a dwarf, 2 is elf, 3 is halfling, 4 is human, 5 is tiefling, and 6 is... You guys are gonna vote on it, I guess, while I get some water. You guys are gonna poll on it. So let's remove that. Okay, so I'm gonna be rolling a d6. Time to pray. Why not half elf? It's not in the basic rules. It's not in basic rules. So yeah, we're just sticking with the basics. Alright. Me. I'm an elf! I'm an elf! I'm an elf today. Where did I put my pen? Where did I put my pen? Yo, what? There. Elf me, I knew it. Alright, so that means elf without a nose. Mimi grew ears but wasn't blessed with a nose. No! Alright, so I'll put a highlight here. So we're gonna be making an elf. Parang walang role yan ah. Meron! You guys saw the thingy. Napunta sa tenga yung ilong. Alright. So yeah, we are going to be making an elf bard now, which is like so stereotypical if you ask me. It's like, huh? it's like, that's expected. Yeah. Rigged yung dice. No, it's not. It's Google. It's Google. Okay. Elf wizard is more... I guess so, but like, elves are... You roll the die, so yeah. Blade singer wizard. Okay. So let me bring out the basic character sheet, right? Okay. Google likes vanilla things. RNGesus has spoken, yeah. Okay. Let me bring out the character sheet right around here. Alright, so we finally go to the character sheet. And what I want to like focus on for this one is how do I make this bigger? Now you make it here. Did you check the sub race for sorry, what? 2 Electrum. Nobody does Electrum pieces anymore, no. Alright, so when you get your character sheet, this is what it looks like, right? So it does look a little bit complicated in general when you look at it, and there's so many things that you have to fill up, but it can get easier as long as you like take your time with it, right? So when we zoom in here, like the toppest rightest thing is you're gonna be your character name, right? This is going to be your character name. So what you need to do here is to write what kind of character name you want. So let's just name it Miria for now. What? Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. Let's name this Miria for... That's toppest leftist, not top... Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's top left, not top right. My bad, my bad. Alright, so... I guess I can make this a little bit wider. Can I make it wider? Oh, I can't. Alright, so this is going to be your character name, right? So let's use my name for now. So let's write Miria here. And I'm gonna add a heart because I'm like that kind of person. Miri Elf, okay, Miri Elf. Miri Elf. And also add a heart because I'm that kind of person. There we go. Cute. Alright, so Miri. You know that actually Miriel, Miri Anagram, Miri Elf. Current edition of D&D characters is easier to learn than the... Yeah, it definitely is. I tried taking a gander at 3.5e. I was so overwhelmed. I was so overwhelmed. Elfir... Murph. Merlf sounds okay. Merlf. No, I'm so close to something. Your name is legally spelled Miri Elf with the heart. How do you pronounce that? Dug dug. Alright, so... Merlf is not what we're going with. Melf. Melf's Minute Meteors. Minute pala. Dug dug. Doki or Dug Dug. Okay, let's go with that, okay? So, like, yeah, we fill it up with our name first. We fill it up with a name first. And we are going to be a level 1 bard. So, we're gonna put bard here. Bard. Level 1. Okay, then we have player name, which is Miria. Okay. And then we go with the race, which is basically an elf. Miri Elf rolls off the tongue better. Yeah, I like it. Merlf? No, we're not going with Merlf. It sounds so close to that other thing. The thingy. Alright, I guess we should bring out the rolly dicey thingy again, because we're gonna decide if I'm high or if I'm like a wood elf. So let's get the dice roller thingy again. So we're gonna be rolling a d4, I guess. Let's roll a d4 for this one. MILF is an official name in D&D. Maybe I want it first. Yeah. What the MILF? That one. But Merlf. So we'll do odd. We'll do odd. So oh, oops. So odd equals high, and even equals wood. There we go. Yeah. Alright. So thank you, History Side of D&D. Yeah, so this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna be rolling it, right? I'm gonna be rolling it. Let's see how it goes. Gonna be rolling a... Maybe we can roll a d20 just for fun. What about drow, Miria? I can't drow, cause just SRD. I don't want to talk about too many races as well at once. Yeah. All right. So if I roll a d20, anything that is odd is going to be a high elf, and anything that is even is going to be wood elf. So let's go. 11. I'm high. I'm high. I'm high. Okay, so I'm a high elf. I'm a high elf. Will you be using this character for a campaign or just for fun? I would love to use this for a campaign, honestly speaking, but it's gonna be hard to look for a campaign. Cause like I'm a forever DM. I'm a forever DM, honestly. Like, that's been my role ever since. But it's really nice to be able to actually be a player. Alright, so we are going to be a high elf. Let me remove the dice roller thingy-mabob. So we'll write high here. High. Oh god, you guys are seeing how bad my handwriting is. So we don't have experience points yet, so I'm not gonna fill that up for now. We'll go to backgrounds later, because that's a whole other discussion in general, right? Okay. As a fellow forever DM, you have my sympathy. Yeah, high five. C'est la vie. It's okay. Eventually, you guys will also find like games that you can be a player in. But anyway, okay. So this is essentially where the ability scores usually go, right? So you see the strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. They go here, right? So they go there. And what we need to remember about a high elf is that high elves usually have a plus to... Ow, my teeth are hurting. High elves usually have a plus to intelligence. So we're automatically gonna have one later. Okay, so here's how you get your ability scores, right? It's gonna be a lot of rolling. It's going to be a lot of rolling, but it's bound to be fun, right? So here's how you actually roll dice. Ako naman forever player, I want to try DMing. Go DM! The world needs more DMs, honestly speaking. Honestly speaking, the world needs more DMs. Alright, so here's how you roll your ability scores. There are some people that would just use standard array, which is a fixed set of numbers that people can mix and match. If they want to put a higher number towards strength, they can do that, but they can also put a lower number towards something else, right? But I will be teaching you guys how to roll for your stats just so that it's a little bit fun. You can use your dice, you can use any sort of digital roller or whatever, okay? So let me hide this for now. So I will hide this for now, okay? Alright. So this is how you roll your dice, right? You need 4 pieces of 6-sided die, right? You need 4 pieces of 6-sided die. So 4d6s. So we would write that as 4d6. Okay? So what this means is that you have 4 6-sided dice, and you would roll all of them in one go. And what that does is you have to add all of them together. So maybe I could get a 3 here, I could get a 2, a 1, and a 4. Okay? So what happens in a 4d6 is that you will always remove the lowest number. You will always remove the lowest number here, right? So if this is the case, a 4d61. Yeah, drop 1. Isn't that what I said? Those are them trash. Hey, that's an example. Chill, take a chill pull, guys. Alright, so because we're gonna be dropping... Yeah, wait. I didn't write a D1. If you want the the proper way to write. Okay. So 4d6d1 means you drop it. Okay, you drop it. So with the 4 dice that you have, you will always like you will always kick out the lowest number. You're going to give yourself a pity roll if you roll on that one. No, not really. If I roll a 3, that's the way that life works. So that means I get 3 plus 2, which is 5, plus 4 equals 9. So that means I have a 9 that I can put to any ability score that I want. Maybe I can put this for my intelligence because I'm not smart, or I don't think my character is gonna be smart, something like that, right? And you do this, you do the rolling for, you do these roll. Oh my god, how do you fucking English? Right, you do this 6 times. You do this 6 times, and you mix and match where you want to place your stats. Okay, so that's essentially how it works. Right, so 4d61. Always drop the lowest number that you get. Okay, so let me erase this. A high elf with 9. Hey, that was just an example. That was just an example. Because you always get the opportunity. It depends on what your DM says. Like, maybe your DM would want you to roll ng sunod-sunod. And then after that, yeah, English is really hard. I feel like I'm really bad at it sometimes. But yeah. For D61, you do this 6 times. And then either you allocate it to whatever stat that you want, whatever ability that you want. Or there are some Dungeons and Dragons games that have a dungeon master that will let you roll 6 times in order, and whatever that order is going to be like your stats in order as well. So like the first one is going to be your strength score regardless of how nice or how bad it is. But we're gonna do with the custom-y thingy mabob that you get to decide where you put it. Okay, so let's start rolling. Let's start rolling. Where is it? Those sounds like the worst types. It can be very gritty in general. Like maybe you have like a really bad array. So we're doing like the ones where you have like a little bit more free reign over things. Okay, so I'm gonna be rolling this 6 times. Okay. So what's gonna happen is RNG be good. Well, good luck to me. I honestly don't see myself having like all one is mathematically not impossible. If you're rolling on Roll20, it's possible. Or if you're using Avray on Discord, it's also possible that you get a stat score of 3. Okay, let's go for the first one. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that's 5, 5, 2, and 1. So we're gonna remove the one over here. We're gonna remove 1 here. So we'll end up with 12. So our first stat array is 12. Yeah, we get a 12. We get a 12. Okay, so we get like 5, 5, 2. Ah, shit. I need to write better. First one, I'll just do this for posterity's sake. So we got a 5, a 5, a 2, and a 1. Then we're gonna ignore the 1. Yeah, not bad, not bad. Okay, second roll. Okay, we're gonna cancel these out again. And we're gonna roll 4 times again. 1, 2, 3, 4. 6 plus 1 plus 2 is 9. So the second roll is 6, 2, 1, 1. This is going to be 12. I got a 9. I got a 9. You can click the roll button. Where's the roll button? Oh! You're right. I'm a dum-dum. Thank you. 9 is pain is... It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Alright. Let's roll the third one. Let's roll the third one. You can't blow on digital die. 4 ones, come on. Yeah. Anyway. Let's go. Rolling it again. Bum, bum, bum. Ooh, spicy. Okay, so that's 3 plus 4 plus 5 is 9 plus 3. 12, another 12. I got another 12. I got another 12. Okay, so that is 5, 4, 3, 1, plus 12. Oh god, I can't write. This is a very slightly above average elf. Alright, let's do it again. This is gonna be the 4th one. Ooh, I got a 15! I got a 15! That's cool. 5, 5, 5. Corn tuna? Sardines. 2. This is a 15. Yeah, we did it. We got a nicer number. There we go. We got a nice one. We got a nice one. I hope you guys are rolling too. If you guys are filling in your own character sheets, this is fun. Pwede ng ula. I found the charisma stat mo. Alright. This is roll number 5. Ooh. That's all 6 plus 6. Another 15. Not bad. 6, 6, 3, 2 equals 15. Yeah. Hello, Miriam. How have you been? Hope you've been well. Yeah. I'm doing great. I'm rolling. I'm rolling. It's another 15. Yeah. Let's go. Okay, and then we're rolling the last one. Rolling the last one. Okay. So this is gonna be our last stat. And I got a... Whoa! I got cool shit! Okay, so at 6 is 12 plus 4... 16! I got a 16! I got a 16! Yeah! 6, 4, 3 equals 16. Wow, I'm so good at basic math. Wait, 19? No, it's not 19. We're gonna remove the lowest one. So let me get a red. And X this, X this. X. There we go. Yeah. Okay, so now I have these funky numbers, right? I have these funky numbers right here. What am I gonna do with them, Miria? Okay, so we have 12. We have 9. Another 12. 15, and 16. Basic math, yay. Alright, this sounds very charisma, so I'm gonna put charisma on this one, right? What are my bonuses again? I get a bonus on intelligence, so maybe I can put it to my 9. It's gonna be my dump stat. Yeah. What? Watch Mirror uses character on a campaign. I get a +1 to intelligence, so there's that. Dexterity increases by 2. Huh. Okay. 9 is always dump unless wizard or artificer. Alright. Is there a DM VTuber? I can be the DM VTuber. I need players. I can dump strength. Oh yeah, you're right. I can dump strength. So this is going to be my strength, I guess. I don't need to be like the muscular person anyway. I'm gonna make it strength. Commit a D&D collab in the future. It's gonna be in the works. But that means I need to do like a world building campaign. A world building session with you guys. Wisdom is a lot more funnier than Intdump. Yeah, it's gonna be crazy. Alright, so we put strength there. I guess one of them is going to be our dexterity. Huh, this is hard. Okay, I guess we'll just put this in. This will be our con. This will be our dex. I guess this is just gonna be Wiz and Int. There's not really a lot to work with. I personally can't you have some STR for macho elf RP purposes? Yeah, odd number stats are a pain. It's easier if you're a variant human to fill out the gaps, but this is how it's gonna look like. So we've already decided what stuff we're gonna put in there. We can't see the other 12. Oh my god, okay. Give me a sec. Let me punch that off. There we go. There. Swole. Alright, so this is how it's going to be for my character sheet, right? This is how it is going to be for my character sheet. So I'm gonna bring up my character sheet again, and I'm gonna write that down. I'm going to write that down. Ta-da! Alright, so what did I say my strength was gonna be? My strength was going to be a 9. Right. So Miria, how do you calculate the modifier? So you don't necessarily add your complete score to whatever roll. It's not going to be a d20 plus 9. You have to look at the modifier that goes with that ability, right? So abilities are usually like in a scale, right? Every 2 numbers, correct me if I'm wrong because I'm really bad at explaining things, but every 2 numbers is a +1. You start at 10. 10 equals 0, right? So 10 is equal to 0. If you get a 12, it becomes a +1. If you get a 14, it becomes a +2. Stuff like that. But 9 is going to be like a -1 because it's less than 10. Yeah. I don't know if I can explain things properly because I'm not the best at speaking. But it's always going to be in like a... As long as you hit an even number, it's going to be +1 if it's greater than, if it's like higher than the 12, higher than 10, but it's gonna be -1 starting from, yeah. I hope you guys got it. I'm bad. Yeah, there is a chart somewhere there. I just don't have it handy with me. But yeah. Yeah, even numbers +1. So because this is a 9, I get a -1 for this. So every single time that I roll for strength, it's always going to be -1. I don't have a modifier chart on me right now, so I can't flash it. Also, Derpy Ferp, thank you so much for the super chat. Here, get yourself a player's handbook for instance. I wish I could get it now. Yeah. It's just that other people might not have access to a player's handbook, so following through with that, it's going to be like difficult for them. But yeah, that's how it is for ability modifiers, score modifiers, right? Super chat for Volos. Let's get those ASMRs ready. All right. That is for strength. Next, I think I picked 15 for dexterity. Okay, so this is going to be a +2 because it didn't reach 16 yet. It didn't reach 16 yet. Yeah. And then for constitution, I still put 15 as well. So I'm gonna put another +2 there on the smaller circle. Yeah, I'm using the free stuff to teach people. Because I don't want them to be too overwhelmed with too much stuff. Okay. If I get a 16 though, that's going to be a +3. Only true pirates. No, we don't talk about that here. Alright, for my intelligence, I put a 12, so that means it's a +1 every time I roll for anything intelligence related, right? Oh, you're right, I haven't added the elf bonuses yet. What do I get again? Ah, yeah. Because I'm a high elf, I get a +1. I get a +1 to my intelligence, right? Yeah, it's totally not showing. So that's going to end up being a 13. So based on the race that you pick, you check the basic rules if you have an additional score point to that one, right? So because I get a +1 to my intelligence by being a a high elf, this still is +1, but it's an odd number now. Just pain. Okay, I think I also got like +2 for dexterity, so this is going to be 17 dex. It's going to be 17, and because it's a 17, it's going to be +3. But it's an odd number. And I know a lot of people who don't particularly like odd numbers when it comes to playing games. So, there's that. For wisdom, I think I also picked 12 for this one. So it's going to be another +1. And for charisma, I picked the 16. So I have a flat +3 here. Yeah. So now that's what... Yeah, it's excellent for combat. Because it's like an interplay of all of these things. Alright, so we already have that part of the character sheet filled up. It's starting to look nice, right? Okay. Understood. Was about to ask about it. Ask about what? Oh my god, I'm so sabao. Is this how the characters of Darkest Dungeon stats are made? I'm not sure. Good morning, hello, welcome to the stream. We're talking about D&D today. We're filling up a character sheet for Mirelf. Alright, so that is going to be our stat array for Mirelf, okay? So, for a level 1 character, your proficiency bonus is always going to start at +2. Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me. Alright, but it's always going to be a +2. What does this mean, Miria? What's a proficiency bonus? Proficiency bonuses are basically an additional number that you add to your rolls if you're good at something. So if, for example, you're good at lying, as an example, I guess, if you're good at lying, you get a +2 to your deception skill, something like that. About to ask where to add yung +2 for elf, +1 for high elf. Yeah, you add it immediately to the big number that you wrote on the left side. Yeah, okay. So yeah, that's for the proficiency bonus. You always start with a +2 when you're at level 1, and this number usually gets higher when you level up, but it takes some time to increase. Now, we go to saving throws. This is the thing that I mentioned earlier about, about trying to get away from nasty situations. These are the roles that you usually do. So, where do you find, don't you write the modifier in the big part and the stat in the small bubble under? I guess some character sheets are like that, but I have a tendency to do this myself. It's a personal thing. You can technically write the bonus or the modifier on the big one, but yeah, it's a debate. It's a debate. Pag 18, ilan yung plus? It's a +4. Every even number that you hit is an additional +1 or -1, depending on if it's getting greater or lesser. Yeah, so if you have a 20, you get a +5. I usually write mods on the line and shade the circles for the proficiencies. Yeah, anyway, I'm sorry. This is how I write my character sheets. You can totally, if you want for more visibility, you can put like the modifier on the big box and you can put the number on the small box. Anyway, so Miria, where do I find these saving throws? I can be proficient at them, right? I can be good at some saving throws. Yes, you can. You look at your race. I don't know. You look at your class, right? And if we remember correctly, I'm a bard. I'm a bard, so that means if I look at the basic rules for bard, I have proficiencies in saving throws that often involve charisma, and what's the other thing? Bro, I honestly have not played enough bards. Wait a second. Is bard even in the basic rules? Holy crap! It's not! It's not! Oh my god. It's not here. In the basic rules. It starts with cleric. It's on the SRD, yeah. I'm gonna pin the SRD instead. Let's go with the SRD. SRD with the bard. This is also free. I'll pin this one instead. So you guys can follow along. Bard isn't in the basic rules. I'm surprised. No bard will call themselves basic. Okay, you know what? Touche. You're right. You're right. Alright. Cleric is the best class it is. Bard is S tier. Alright, let's go to Bard on the SRD. It's the new link that I pasted there. It's on page 11 if you're viewing it on Chrome. Okay. So for bards, you usually get saving throw proficiencies for both dexterity and charisma, right? So that means I can shade dexterity here, and I can also shade charisma here. So it shows that I am proficient. It shows that I'm proficient in these two saving throws. So that means if I am going to be rolling the dice for a saving throw on dexterity, I'll be rolling my d20 plus my proficiency plus my modifier. So what exactly are those things that I'm talking about? So you roll the dice, you get the number from the dice, you get your proficiency, which is this one, and then you get your modifier coming from your stats. So it's from my charisma, so it's +3. Something like that. And that's how it works. So if you need a high IQ to understand Bard. Okay. Yeah. So what do we put in the blanks here, Miria? We just put the modifiers that we have on the left side. So for strength, I have -1. For dexterity, however, I have my proficiency plus my modifier. So it's going to be a +5. Yeah, it's going to be a +5. Oh, you don't have to put the plus sign though, if it's just going to be a positive number anyway. Constitution is going to be a +2. Intelligence is going to be a 1. Wisdom is another 1, but charisma will become a +5 as well. At least I won't ever get hit by a fireball. It's possible if I roll a nat 1. Yep, so that's how you fill that part up. Okay. So let's move below here. And you see these things in this secondary box over here? These are what you call your skills, right? So skills are the things that you can do in D&D that have like a corresponding role to it, right? So these are the list of skills that your character can be good at or can be bad at, right? So acrobatics is, I don't know, it sounds pretty self-explanatory. You just, you know, climb roofs or something. Or it can be athletics, never mind. Acrobatics is a dex base. So when you see the skills here, this is the things that you can do. And these are the modifiers that you look at. So if your DM asks you to roll acrobatics, you would normally use your dexterity modifier. What's my dexterity modifier? It is the +3 at the start, this one. Yeah. So backflips, gymnastics, I guess, is going to be acrobatics. Yeah, you refer to these things when the DM asks for a check. Okay, animal handling is how well you handle animals. Dumb, Miria. Oh my god. I'm not that dumb, Miria. But yeah. It could also be how well you fend yourself away from animal attacks or whatever, I guess. It depends on what context. Arcana is what? Arcana is magical shenanigans. Like how well you understand magic, how well you understand things related to magic in general, like magical items and stuff like that, sensing the magic around you. Thank you. Yeah, something like that. That is how Arcana works. Athletics is you know, Miria, it sounds so explanatory to me. Okay. Athletics is basically just how strong you can do a thing. So like if you wanna scale a mountain or something, it's probably athletics. Yeah. Wait, what? Purely knowledge on magical phenomena. I guess it depends on how the DM makes you roll for it, but in general, I guess, yeah, it does. Can you a sample situational dice check with the calculations? Okay. My bard character is trying to run away from a tavern keep that found out I didn't pay the bills properly. Like, I cheated and just paid him, like, 2 gold for something instead of paying the normal 5. I scammed him, basically. So my character is running outside the tavern and found a few barrels that will help my character, like, get enough leverage to get onto the roof. And once I get onto the roof, I noticed that the tavern keep has called onto his goonies and is asking those people to chase me, and I don't want to get caught, right? I don't want to get caught. I see these goonies like running after me, running behind me. They're climbing up the roof. They're climbing up to the roof as well, right? They're climbing up to the roof as well, and I see them. They're tailing me, and I'm just running. And then I see that the roof is about to end on one edge, and then there's another house on the other side. And I kind of want to jump. Onto that other side without slipping or falling and essentially getting caught. So my DM asks me to, like, hey Miria, I need you to roll an acrobatics check because I feel like this jump is a little bit too big for you. You might need to roll an acrobatics check because I need to see how fleet of foot you are, if you can manage to maintain your balance or something. So yeah, because the DM asked me to roll an acrobatics check, let me bring out the dice roller thingy. Alright. So this is a dice roller, and I'm gonna cancel this. It's gonna be a d20. I'm not counting this first roll, right? I'm gonna be pressing the roll here. The fun thing about the dice roller in Google is that you can add your modifier. So you can add a value, so it automatically calculates the total number of dice points. Let's say that I am proficient in acrobatics in general, okay? Let's just pretend that I'm proficient in acrobatics, okay? So that means I have a +2 from my proficiency, and because acrobatics is a dexterity skill check, right? I get another +3. So this is going to be +5, okay? So you're always going to be adding a +5 to our roll, okay? So you see Miri Elf like sweating and trying to calculate if she can actually make this jump, and she just takes a leap of faith. And basically we're gonna roll. I rolled a 15, right? So it's a 10 + 5. For DM Miria, she's gonna probably think a little bit like, what's the difficulty level that I want to give to this? Maybe the roof is like how far away from each other? Maybe like 2 meters apart. 2 meters apart. Each roof is like 2 meters apart, and she wants to make that jump. How I would describe this as a jump is that you notice that Miri Elf takes the leap and manages to catch through the edge of the roof with with her boot. She does flail her arms a little bit because she didn't expect the momentum to end that quickly. She struggles to maintain her balance, but knowing that she kind of does not want to get caught by these henchmen, right? She manages to pull herself a little bit forward, so she stumbles a bit. She grazes her knees, but eventually manages to pick herself up a bit and run towards the next set of roofs to jump on, something like that. Meters, this is D&D, have to use feet. Then 6 feet. 6 feet apart. Yeah, I just use meters because I was thinking about it real quick. All of the uhs and the ums. Yeah, I'm improving. It was bad improv. I'm sorry, but yeah, that's essentially how you use that's how you do the roly thingies. If your DM asks you to like do a thingy. 6 foot is easy. Your running jump is 9 feet. But we have the added difficulty of being chased by people who might take you back to the person who you stole money from, and you kind of don't want to get in trouble. All right, so that's how it works. That's how things usually feel. There are some DMs that just tell you that, oh, you're successful, good job, you're on the roof now. But there are some other DMs that go like that really explain what happened so that you get a feel for your character. It just depends on what DM you end up with. Make a do a thingy check, yeah. Alright, so that's basically it. These are the skills, right? So athletics, deception is lying, history is how well you remember historical facts, insight is how well you can tell, or how well you can gauge a person's expression, mood, etc., something like that. Where's my mouse? Intimidation is, you know, scaring people or like bending them to your will through the use of like mental force or something. Investigation is, yeah, investigating. Miria, ano ba? Medicine is medicining. Nature is naturing. Perception is percepting. Damn, I wish to perceive if there are like some possible traps here or whatever. Yeah, but basically they're kind of self-explanatory. Good teacher. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, investigation is like finding patterns, solving puzzles, spotting things that are out of place. Yeah, okay, yeah, yeah. Thank you to the DMs in the chat who can help me explain it a bit better. But yeah, basically those are what each of the skills do. They usually have a basic ability that is tied to them, but you don't have to like abide by those rules all the time, but it's usually up to the DM. They're self-explanatory when they're not. Investigation is tied to int, usually. Yeah. Yeah, the great text show it. But there are some DMs. There are some DMs that of course kind of modify this when they homebrew or they have other things in mind. Yeah, it's a usual, but not always. Okay. Yeah, those are the skills, right? For bards, if I look back at the SRD this time, the bards are proficient in 3 different skills. So I can choose 3 different skills here. I already mentioned that Miri Elf has proficiency in acrobatics. So I'm going to shade that one right here. That means I have a +5 here. I guess Miri Elf could probably be good at deception as well, because she lied to that tavern keep. I managed to pay like 5 until she was caught. Managed to pay 2 gold instead of 5 before she was caught. And maybe Miri Elf is also like nice Kamira may backstory I got. Yeah, she scammed the tavern owner for something. Yeah, okay, so what else can I be good at? Maybe for some reason I'm not good at hiding. Oh, sleight of hand makes sense. Sleight of hand, for some people who aren't familiar with the term, is how well you can like do things with your hands. Miria, please, I'm begging you. Figure out how to explain shit, please. Miria, please, I'm on my knees. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so sleight of hand is I guess how well you can cheat, or how well you can steal without how well you can pickpocket things without getting caught by other people, something like that. Miria, please. Please. Baka naman. So also a 5 there. My vocabulary is in shambles, I know. I'm really sorry. Alright, Sleight of hand. Yeah, so those are the 3 skills, and then for the numbers here, you really just add like your ability modifier. So for animal handling, I have a 1 because that's just a wisdom thingy. Arcana is another 1 because my int is only +1, something like that. So that's how you fill this up. You always remember to shade this part if you're proficient in them. Miria, backgrounds. Yeah, I know, backgrounds. But let's see if there are still some things that we can fill up here without going to the background tab. We can go to the backgrounds later. How do we roll hit points, Miria? How do I know how much I've got before I start dying? How do I know how much I've got before I start dying? Alright. You go back to your rule book, right? And you check what their hit dice is. Their hit dice is always going to be specific. It's always going to be class specific. Like wizards only get a D4. Fighters usually have a D10. Bards, clerics, druids usually get a D8. So for level 1, however, what you need to remember with level 1 characters is that you will always get the maximum hit dice possible. So for a bard... Oh, right. D4 wizards are from the older editions. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. D4 wizards are the older wizards. The current wizards are D6 now. I'm sorry. Okay, going back, right? So a bard has a D8, right? And you can check that on the hit dice in the class features of the basic rules or the SRD. You always get the maximum. So it's always going to be like 8. And then you have to add your constitution modifier, right? So it's going to be 8 plus whatever constitution mod I have. So I go back to my abilities on the leftmost side. I check what my modifier is for constitution. It's a +2, right? It's a +2, so my HP is actually going to be 10. So I have 10 hit points at level 1. I'm a fair bit sturdier than the commoner. Yeah. I'm sorry, wizards in the chat. Sorry, wizards in the chat. Older editions, you have to roll a level. Oh, I see. Emotional damage. My bad. Okay, so I have 10 HP. Miria, what happens if I level up? How does my HP work afterwards? You would have to roll your HP. Because that's why it's D8 technically. So you could roll a 1 plus your constitution modifier, so it's gonna be like a really measly increase. But you can also roll really nicely. What's that? Like, yeah, basically. There are, of course, some other dungeon masters that have different rules for hit points, I mean. So it really depends. Okay. Yeah. Wizards in the chat, the cousin of Wizards of the Coast. Okay, so for here, you just put 1 hit dice here, because you're only level 1. The number of hit dice you have is always equivalent to what level you are at, but it's not relevant right now. Just put 1 there. An hour-long power nap. And then refresh your spell slots. Okay. Let's see. What other things can we put here? Okay. I guess we go to backgrounds now. You will have probably noticed that there is one part here that I didn't fill up, which is a background, right? So backgrounds are essentially additional flavor or like lore that you can add to your character's backstory or background or something like that. Yeah, something like that. Oh, Miria, perception proficiency from elf. Oh yeah, right. I'm not used to playing an elf. I either play a half elf or not an elf at all. Right, because I'm an elf, I have keen senses. So technically I do have a proficiency with perception. So it's going to be a +2 plus +1. So this is going to be a 3. There you go. Thank you. Kind of off topic, but what are your thoughts on flanking rules? I've been in homebrew campaigns that use flanking rules and homebrew campaigns that don't use it. If you're a really strategic team and if you really like the gritty combat rules that some DMs really like putting in, I think flanking is really cool because it really gives you like an edge when you actually find good positions for each of your party members in such a way that it maximizes efficiency on the battlefield. But in general D&D gameplay, I don't particularly feel like it's absolutely necessary. Like, you can get by without it. But of course, if you really want that tactical effect on it, yeah, it's cool. It's cool. Reward your players for thinking strats. Yeah. It depends though, because you can have players that like the role-playing aspect of Dungeons and Dragons. You could have players that prefer the combat aspect of Dungeons and Dragons. Or you can have players that would prefer the exploratory social pillar of D&D, basically. So it really depends. You can have a mixed group of players that prefer one thing over the other. So yeah. My players haven't fought anything in 5 sessions. Oh, that sounds fun though. Yeah, it really depends on what kind of players you have on the table. I'm a bloodthirsty player. I've experienced being combat heavy, and I've also experienced being pretty roleplay heavy. So I've experienced the best of both worlds. They had to deal with bureaucracy instead. Okay, let's go back. Now, mirroring water backgrounds, again, it's like a additional lore for a character. It helps define your character as a person if you really want to. So, can you file your taxes in D&D? Depends. Sounds like the really big BBG. Big bad evil guy. But yeah, backgrounds help flesh your character out. If you don't have a particularly if you don't have a very solid idea of what your character should be, you can rely on backgrounds to help you flesh them out, right? Maybe I want to make a criminal. There's actually a criminal background in Dungeons and Dragons, and essentially when you become a criminal, you have like an additional proficiency in certain skills and certain tools that help you become a better criminal. But since we are only basing this on the SRD and the basic rules, let me check what backgrounds are available here. What are the backgrounds that are available here? Okay, I think there are 4 backgrounds that are available in the basic rules, right? In the SRD, it's on page 60. So... Oh, wait, what? Okay, here we go. Yeah, so when we look at backgrounds, it gives us additional skills and it gives us additional tools that we can work with. Because of that, you usually get the opportunity to make your character a little bit more human. Alright, the SRD only has 1 background, but the basic rules has 4. I think the custom backgrounds are in PHP, but we're not doing customs for now. Okay, we have the fan favorite Acolyte, right? So it depends on what book you're looking at right now. But let's look at yeah, actually for the people who are joining me with writing down their own character sheets, can you tell me what reference you're looking at right now? Is it the basic rules or the SRD? Because I'll try to match what you guys have open on your computers. The basic rules is Acolyte, Criminal, Folk Hero, Noble, Sage, Soldier. Okay, 6, that's 6. I can't count. I can't count. Yeah, SRD only has Acolyte, that's my issue with it. That's why I went with the basic rules, but apparently they didn't have Bard. So, there's so many differences. Okay, I think the common denominator for both references right now is open both at the same time. Since we're there is Acolyte on both basic rules and on SRD, let's use that one. So Acolyte, when we look at the Acolyte background, it basically says that you spend your life in the service of a temple to a specific god. So you're technically like a very religious person. So you can pick a god and you believe in them. what backgrounds usually do is it also helps your dungeon master flesh out how to integrate you into the world's lore, how he's gonna connect you to the world, and how he's going to make interesting plot hooks for your character to explore when you're finally playing in the campaign. Yeah. A devout that became a bard. Yeah, so Miri Elf is going to be an acolyte, apparently, right? If you look at the acolyte description, the acolyte learns 2 different skill proficiencies. So you add this to what you already have, right? You have this to what you already have. So Miri Elf already has acrobatics, deception, perception, and sleight of hand. I get 2 more, so that's fun. I get proficiency in insight and religion, so I can highlight it. Bards are not divine. I don't think they're divine. I think the only divine casters are druids and clerics. At least in 5e. Alright. Because I get proficiencies in insight and religion. Apparently, Miri Elf was very devout back then, but for some reason she turned her back on that. I don't know why yet, but it's a thing, apparently. Okay, so let's put that into insight and religion. So what happens is I get a 3 to this because that's the rolls I got. Ogma boss. Wait, Ogma is I have to refresh myself on D&D lore. Sorry. Lumande. No. Druids are a bit odd. They're separate from divine, usually like primal. Nothing can. I guess it's because they're both like. No, I feel like druids are more nature based than anything else. But yeah. Arcane music, I guess. But yeah, so that means those are all of the skills that I have as a bard now. But wait, there is more. If I look back at the backgrounds for Acolyte, I also get 2 additional languages, right? So for elves, if you look back at their character sheet, they do know Common, and they do know Elvish. So it depends on the game you're playing. If you're really into like roleplay heavy stuff, languages would matter, right? So here, I guess, I would likely... Let me zoom in a bit more. Wait. Right, on the box on the lower part of passive perception wisdom, I can write Common. I can write Elvish. And I can pick 2 more languages that are available to me. The basic languages are Dwarvish, Draconian, Elvish, Abyssal. What's the other one? Infernal, stuff like that. But let's say that Miri Elf has had some very strange dealings with really, really shady characters. And because of these shady dealings, right? Because of these shady dealings, she managed to pick up a few neat tricks on how to communicate with these guys, right? So let's add Infernal, which is the language of devils. And let's also add Abyssal, which is the language of demons. I hope I'm not mixing that up. Yeah, maybe Miri Elf has experienced some really, really strange shady dealings with otherworldly things, right? So there's that. You can check a lot of language options in the book, right? You can check a lot of language options in the book, but basically, pick a race, they probably have their own language, like Gnomish. Wait, do halflings have their own language? Halflingish? No, they don't. Okay, but basically, when you're playing D&D, you usually always have like common. You usually have like common, because otherwise you won't be able to. Oh, they have halfling, not halflingish. Okay, thanks. Thanks. Yeah, they usually have their own. Yeah. So that's it. So I have like these 4 languages on me because being an acolyte has granted me the opportunity to to learn 2 more languages, right? Either that or the local church shady spot. We'll see. We'll see what kind of backstory Miri Elf has. Okay, let me zoom out. Alright. So we're back. What does the background give me other than just 2 more languages? Well, they also give me an opportunity to like get cool stuff. It gives me cooler stuff. It gives me additional items. It depends on what background you pick, right? So maybe you picked a background that gives you like additional items. For an acolyte, you would get a holy symbol. So I'll put that in the equipment box. The box on the bottomest middle is for equipment. There you go. So I have a holy symbol. Holy symbol, maybe like a cross or something. Yeah, a cross or something. I also get like a prayer book. I also get like a prayer book. And I also get 5 sticks of incense. 5 incense. Oh, I can't write incense sticks. And hopefully the new D&D players are still following. Am I doing okay, guys? Am I doing okay? Is it a bit too fast, or is it a bit too overloaded or something? Sorry about that. But yeah, you can check this out on the basics on the page for acolytes on the backgrounds. They usually have like yeah, they usually have additional items. So I got 5 incense sticks. And what else is that other one? It's been great so far. Thank you. I get common clothes. So I get basic ass bitch outfits. And I get 5 gold. 15 gold pieces. So copper, silver, electrum, gold, and platinum. I get 15 gold pieces. You put the currency here. On this side, usually. Yeah. Yeah, I got money! I got money! Do a DM guide. I gotta run a campaign after my current one ends. Huh. I don't know if I have the authority to actually like do a DM tips and tricks. Because you guys haven't heard me DM yet. So, there might be too much left. Too much to be desired or something. Also, Mary, if it's not too much to ask, maybe you can share this character sheet on Twitter or something. I can. Once it's done. Alright, so that's where you get some of your items, right? From your background. More gold than a commoner will ever see in their entire lives is true. I one shot with myself. Alright, what other things can I get from a background, right? We have a feature. So in this lower right, is this lower right or lower left? We have a features and traits box. So what you usually put here is, check your background. For acolytes, you have Shelter of the Faithful. Of the Faithful. I'll put that here. Oh, di pala kita ko. Sorry. There we go. Shelter of the Faithful. Alright, so what does Shelter of the Faithful mean? It means that if I pass by a church, I can go there and go like, help me, please help me. And then the church people are gonna be like, oh, you poor thing, here's some food, some water, maybe some lodging. You'll be safe here, child. And then I'll be like, yeah, thanks. I'm gonna stay there for free. Yeah. A lot of different backgrounds usually have a lot of perks. They usually have a lot of different perks. This is just what you get for being an acolyte, for having this background. For example, if you have the criminal background, I think you have a feature called Criminal Contact, which makes it easier for you to commune with fellow criminals. And stuff like that. So basically, each background gives you a neat little thing that only you can do if you have that background in a campaign. And usually, the dungeon master can work on these features to make them more customized for your gameplay experience. Hello there, fellow criminals. Yeah, that's what you get for the background. Ta-da! Okay. there are still some things that we do need to fill out, which is visible here, right? It's visible here. If you go to the upper right portion of the box, God, I'm not even going at this from left to right, so like, oh, I feel like I should talk about this box for now. But yeah, if you go to the upper right box, there is like 4 groups of boxes there. So we have personality traits, ideals, bonds, and flaws. If you don't have a set of personality traits yet, you can probably copy what's on the background. Because usually the background in the handbook gives you some personality traits to play with or some ideals to fit into your character. But ultimately, you don't have to like stick to the playbook or something. You can either roll for it if you don't have ideas yet. You can choose if you have something specific in mind, or you can also just make your own. Maybe Miri Elf is yeah, it's always more fun to roll. But I guess if you're looking at the backgrounds and the SRD, you can see that it does have personality traits. And you notice that there is a number right next to it. There's a die number next to each category. You can either roll for it, or you can just pick. It's really up to you. It's usually fun to roll, but at the same time, if you want your character to be more how you envision them, then I also need to charge my phone. It's dying. Give me a sec, please. wait. I need to get my charger. I'm gonna plug the charger in. Give me a sec. What was I saying? You don't have to be sticking to whatever is written on the book, because at the end of the day, this is still going to be your character, and you play however you want to play. Don't let some book tell you that, oh, you have to be a devout acolyte while singing. You're gonna sing hymns or something. There we go. Ouchie. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, some people don't even fill it. You don't have to fill it up, because, yeah. For backstories, I usually have something in mind. It's very customizable. Again, D&D is a game that you can play that makes you, like, you know, do things you like. So maybe make a 10-page backstory. Let's put kleptomaniac here. Bonds is alright. Flaws is basically what makes them like what makes them still human or whatever. So like, yeah, let's put klepto here. Miri Elf has a bad habit of picking stuff up that isn't hers. Bonds. What exactly are bonds? I really like seeing more people trying to do D&D content on YouTube. This is so cool. Thanks. Bonds are... How well can you make your backstory? No! The friends you make along the way. I stole a holy artifact from church. Yeah. Bonds. How else would you define bonds though? It's like what ties you, or like what connects you to something really, really important. Maybe Miri Elf was an orphan. And she's like, the only bond that's keeping her, like, together right now is, do we only choose one for each? If you're going to do the rolling or the choosing route, you would pick one ideal. Oops. You pick one ideal. You pick one ideal, one bond, one flaw, and 2 personality traits. If you're getting from the book. Personal or sentimental relationships that you hold dear. Let me look at the SRD. Okay, I owe my life to the priest. Okay, I owe my life to the priest that saved me. Saved me. There we go. Did Muriel get lost in a dungeon before? A darkest dungeon. Bonds Virgil. Cute. But yeah, that's basically what ties you to, like, ano. The priest just happened to be praising Orcus. Alright. So yeah, that is for bonds. For ideals, it's like what you want to strive for, right? What you want to strive for. So for this one, you can really just pick whatever. It doesn't particularly mean that you have to be bound to whatever's listed on the book. You hype for the D&D movie? Yeah, it's okay. I would totally watch it. Check it out how they yeah, be the richest holy bard. For some reason she's just like ideals to be a famous singer. And before she multi-classes into a cleric. Can I have a false background for the party to see? You can just roleplay it, essentially. Like, you can say that, oh, I'm actually like this, and stuff like that, but deep inside, you're a completely different person. Personality traits. Personality traits are hard. I personally just base it off my own personality. Maybe, like, that's why my characters are kind of bland and a little bit dumb sometimes. But, yeah. What else can we put here? Pretend to be a criminal. Yeah, only the DM will release your character sheet, especially in most games. So you don't have to worry. You can play your character how you want. Miria, but extroverted. Protect your character from party members and open up them gradually. Yeah, if you're doing like a homebrew campaign, you can like learn about other characters as you go, right? What's a good personality trait? Sometimes it's nice to RP something the opposite of what you usually are. I honestly find that really difficult for me because I don't know any other personality. Okay, cinnamon roll but ultra violent. Okay, thanks. I'll just use that. Quiet. I hum. I hum. Malande. No, I can't be malande. Miri Elf will bite anything. Bites logical things to bite. Like, she won't bite like gross stuff, you know. Alright, that's it. That's morbidly curious, a gremlin. So, okay. So, what other things do we need to fill up? Oh, we still have your speed. Don't forget your speed. Elves usually have plus 30 feet. Okay, so what does it mean when I have 30 feet of speed, Miria? Like, is that the only maximum distance I can do? Okay, in Dungeons and Dragons, usually you play on a gridded map. Mostly, unless you're doing Theater of the Mind. But let's not do Theater of the Mind for now. That's a lot of feet. Yeah, I know! Alright, so... 30 feet of movement speed. This is how Dungeons and Dragons usually is played on a grid, right? So let me close the character sheet for now. And go back to the drawing board. Okay. So what usually happens in a Dungeons and Dragons board is a grid line. Okay. Oh god, I'm so great at drawing. Okay, so let's say this is your map, right? This is going to be your map. And the map is usually divided into small boxes. It usually comes in a grid. And each box is equivalent to 5 feet. Odd number of feet. Yeah, each box is 5 feet. Let's say that this one over here is someone you want to talk to. Right? This is someone you want to talk to, but they're over there. And you, on the other hand, are here. Right? You're over here. So, when I want to move and I have 30 feet of movement speed, for every round that I have, right, I have to move 1 box each. So this is 5 feet if I'm going in this direction. Then this is 10 feet if I'm going in that direction. 15 feet here. 20 feet here. 25 feet here. And 30 feet. So now I'm in front of the person that I want to talk to. Is there a standard for people who travel diagonally? Some people staircase it and others just straight line it. Personally, I'm of the opinion of like, don't make things complicating for yourself, bro. I don't even do the hypotenuse rule or the Pythagorean theorem rule for flying angles and shit. I don't do that. Why am I talking to someone during combat? It's just to illustrate movement, basically. But yeah, you only have 30 feet of movement, right? So this is how you would visualize it. So 5 feet, this is the direction I'm taking, going to her. This is the maximum that you can move in a round. Do I prefer squares or hexagonal grids? Squares for basic combat, hexagons for world map travel. If a person moves 5 feet down and 10 feet to the right, they still only go 10 feet total. I don't like making things complicated for myself, so each box is 5 feet. That's it. Yeah. This is usually more important when you're in combat, but when you have free movement, the DM will tell you if you can move or not. So, yeah. That's how movement works, at least. So elves have, like, 30 feet of movement. That's it. Wait, is there anything else we need to put in? Initiative is basically your dexterity modifier. So initiative is what you usually refer to. If the DM asks you to roll for initiative, it usually, okay, means that combat is about to start. Okay? So if the DM says, alright, roll for initiative, you will just be using your dexterity modifier plus a d20. Yeah. So initiative usually tells you who goes first in combat. It's like reaction time, reaction speed. Like if you notice that something bad is probably gonna start happening, this is how fast you react to it. And you usually organize this in order in descending order? What? No. What's that? Highest to lowest. Yeah. Yeah, highest to lowest. You usually go highest to lowest for initiative, and whoever gets the highest roll usually starts first. In combat, so maybe they get the first turn, and yeah, something like that. Yeah, something like that. Usually it's like that. Okay. Things to add to your character sheet: equipment and items. I think that's going to be the last thing that we need to put into our character sheet right now, right? Oh no, attacks and spells. We'll do that later. Oh no, spells is gonna be a lot. I hope you guys are still with me though. This is like a lot. Oh my god. Descending order is correct. Okay, that means from highest to lowest. Thank you! Okay, we still have spells, we still have attacks, and we still have the items. Let's do items first. Bard and elf features. Ah, so many! Yeah, I'll put that later. It's just really like enumerating them. I hate having highest initiatives. I have performance anxiety, so if I have like a high initiative roll, I feel bad. Because like, oh crap, I'm gonna mess this up, aren't I? So in D&D, initiative is completely different stat instead of based on stats. It's technically based on your dexterity modifier. So if you do increase your dexterity modifier, you will have a higher initiative roll. A higher initiative modifier. Plus, you can get some feats that might increase it, or... yeah. I'm late and I don't know how this works. It's okay. It's okay. Okay, let's go items first, and then let's put the bard and elf features later. Okay. Restart from the beginning. No! Alright. Let's go back to what your bard gets, right? Let's go back to the bard. What does a bard get? Okay, so you check the equipment portion of the class that you picked. It's going to say that you start with the following equipment in addition to the equipment granted by your background. So the background already gave me the holy symbol, the prayer book, plus 15 gold. But when I start out as a bard, I already have like a lot of things that I can carry around with me. Jack of all trades, bardic inspiration, spellcasting. Fuck! I could be here all day. No! Alright, so we get those things first, right? So I can actually start with a rapier, a longsword, or any simple weapon. I feel like it's more... I feel like it's more in character if Miri Elf has a... I actually don't know. Maybe we defy like stereotypes and go for a longsword for a bard. No, actually it's fine. Yeah, you just pick whatever you want. I guess I'll just pick a longsword. So we go to your equipment stuff, right? We go to your equipment stuff and basically just list down all of these things that you want to have your character to have. When you start at level 1, you're always like you're always limited to your starting equipment. There are some DMs that just let you roll for how much gold you start with and then you buy your stuff with that, but it's gonna make it complicated right now. So let's just add a longsword here. I get a longsword. Conmiri, I just got here. Hello, welcome to this stream. Can you even lift a longsword? Didn't you make strength your worst stat? She's dumb. I mean, like, longsword uses the strength modifier, right? But maybe you kind of want to make her different. I don't want her to use a rapier, even if it makes it use her dex stat. Maybe she just doesn't want to have a rapier at the start. She doesn't have to be min-maxed right now. It's 1 AM, time for me to sleep. Oh wow, it's really late there. Please do take care. Thanks for joining. Alright. This elf is built different. Yeah, we'll start with a longsword. Just because. Just because. Yeah, D&D! Yeah, hello! High elf, high ego. I can lift this. Yeah, so we start with a... We put the longsword on the list. And then we can also... We can also put in a diplomat's pack or an entertainer's pack. Usually classes start with specific packs. That is something you get to choose. But for now, just decide if you want it to be a diplomat's pack or an entertainer's pack if you're picking bard. And you can always Google or research what's inside those things. Usually it depends on what kind of pack you pick. But it's basically like a goodie bag of neat little things that you add to your character, which can be useful in the future, right? So I'll just pick a diplomat's pack. For some reason, she wants the diplomatic route. Diplomat's pack. Yeah, I'm not gonna go into what's in those things because I feel like that's going to take like a while. I was expecting longbow, but this is something. When it says simple weapons, yun yung isusulat ko, or is there a list of those? There is actually a list of those. Oh god. There are two different weapon types that you can actually play in Dungeons and Dragons, which is the simple weapons and the martial weapons. Usually simple weapons are things that almost any class can use, except for classes that aren't proficient in simple weapons. No, this is a bard. This is a bard. It's a bard. Yeah. There is a list of simple weapons. Let me get you. Simple weapons. I usually use the Roll20. The Roll20 compendium, because most of the things there are also like free access. So here is a link to the list of weapons that you can have. If it gives you the opportunity to pick a simple weapon, that means you can go to any of the weapons in the simple weapons list and you can pick that for your starting item. That prayer book and holy symbol threw me off for a second there. My bard is actually an acolyte, right? He was picked up by some priest back then when she was in like big trouble and she couldn't turn to anyone else, and that priest took care of her. But then she decided that this isn't the life that she wants to live. She wants to be free, so she ran away from the church that raised her. But she still holds that priest dear to her heart because she's like you know, she appreciates the effort that the priest gave. She hopes to pay it back, but at this point she kind of wants to discover herself as a person for now. Also, that sounded really, really bad. My retainers are making me sound really funny. But yeah, That is that's her mini backstory for now. Very lore-ish. Okay. What else can a bard have? A lute or any other musical instrument. Crap. Right. Oh my god. Bards have a lot of things to be put into their character sheet. So yeah. She makes deals with devils and demons to pay back a holy priest. Yeah, it's funky that way. It's pretty cool. Lute, what did I say? I just got a D&D ad. Oh, I'm so sorry. Backstory is already solid. Basic human fighter. No, we want it to be interesting. Alright. Oh boy, there are still a lot of things pala na I need to add to my bard. I can pick a musical instrument, so I'll just give them like what's a musical instrument to give? Yeah, if I picked a human fighter, it would be easier to explain, but at the same time, where's the fun in that? We have like Miri Elf right now. Name subject to change. Maybe we can give them a viol. A vuvuzela. Cowbell. No, let's give Miri Elf like bagpipes. For some reason, she carries bagpipes. Ah yes, the lore is very Miri-like. Is it? My recommenders are now filled with critical role. Bagpipes. For some reason, Miri Elf carries a bagpipe. Why not a harp? It's funnier to see someone with bagpipes. Yeah, because I'm allowed to have any musical instrument. And lastly, I also have a dagger for stabbing based on the equipment list, plus leather armor. So Miria, I finally have armor now and I put it on. How do I know how well protected I can be? Each kind of armor in Dungeons and Dragons usually has like an armor class modifier, right? So for leather armor, basically there's a little bit of math involved with calculating how much armor you have. How much AC or armor class you have, right? But this website essentially simplifies it for you. You are not allowed to you're not allowed to like wear armor if you're not proficient in it. So you actually have to be proficient in those kinds of things. Otherwise, it's just going to slow you down. It's going to slow you down. Okay, so leather armor is classified as light armor. That means it's going to be easy for my bard to move around while wearing it. And essentially, it's a little bit more on the weaker side of armor choices because it's only an armor class of 11. But what makes them pretty useful in D&D for rogues, for bards, etc. is that you can add your dex modifier to it, right? So my base armor class is basically equivalent to how hard I am to hit. Is that something that you can follow? I hope it is, because I'm worried that I might be making things a bit too complicated, right? Your armor class is the number that the DM has to beat if he wants to hit you with a monster attack or whatever. So if I have an armor class or a defense number of, if my defense is like 11, that means the DM has to roll an 11 or higher so that he can hit me and damage me, basically. So with leather armor, I have 11 plus dexterity, which means that I have 14 armor class. And because I have 14 armor class, it's going to take the DM to roll either a 14 or a higher against me if he wants the monster's attacks or the enemy's attacks to hit me, right? So yeah, that's basically what the number is for. There we go. So it usually is based on your armor. So what kind of armor your character starts with, right? And you can find the list of armor here. The list of armor here. It's also a Roll20 website. Usually Roll20 has like a lot of references there. And it usually tells you what you can do with it, right? So the other armor types I'm not going to be discussing for now unless you guys do have questions. Feel free to like ask me, especially if you're also creating your character right now. I might be able to help you out with that. Yeah, light armor is pretty much like sexy Dexy Lumao. Medium armor is kind of armored, and then heavy armor is, you know, you're really, really heavily armored. Duh. Ito na naman tayo. But yeah, based on what kind of armor you have, it can limit your movement, right? So if you are wearing heavy armor, it's usually going to be so much more difficult for you to be sneaky and stealth around things. Because of the heavy armor, it's gonna clink, clonk, clank around whenever you move. You're gonna hear the metal paddings like bump into each other. It's gonna be noisy. So you really can't stealth through or be sneaky if you're wearing those things. Something like that. Okay. What other things do I need to put? Okay. Other things that we need to remind our bard of. Oh god. I just realized that the way that I'm putting all of these things into my character sheet is in no way organized at all. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, let's go back to other proficiencies and languages, because apparently bards are proficient in 3 different musical instruments. So let's just put bagpipes. Let's just put bagpipes, a flute, and maybe bongo drums. Yeah, so those are 3 musical instruments. The character sheet usually tells you if there's something that you're good at, right? I'm trying to sneak, but the clap of my chainmail keeps alarming the guards. Is mayonnaise a musical instrument? Oh, I miss watching SpongeBob. Right. Apparently bards are also proficient in light armor, so you can put all of these things here so that you can remember these things whenever you have your character sheet out. For weapons, I have simple weapons. Ugh, so many to put, and my handwriting is crap. Hand, X-bow, crossbow, I mean. Long swords. Hey, I'm proficient in long swords! But it's a strength modifier. Rapiers and short swords. Alright, that's it for my proficiencies in languages, I think. Yeah, that's it. Miraf has interesting taste in music. Does the instrument serve a purpose in fights or just for roleplay? Usually it is just for roleplay. Although you can try to hit people with bagpipes. It works. You can hit them. Be my guest. Be my guest, right? You can hit people with their bagpipes. It's just that it's going to end up being an improvised weapon, so you won't be able to roll with proficiency with it. But essentially, what's important for bards is that they have to have a musical instrument around, otherwise they won't be able to pick their spells. Okay, I saw a question. Should I freely choose an armor, or is there a limiting factor? Like, I see Chain Shirt having 50 gold pieces, but I like that one for the meantime. It depends if your dungeon master wants you to buy the equipment, or if you're going to be basing it on what your character starts out with. What class did you pick? Yeah, the disorganization hurts me physically. I'm so sorry. This is how messy I am. This is why I use Roll20. This is why I use Foundry, because everything is so much more organized there. Yeah, bards use the instrument as a spell focus. So what does spell focus, Miria? It's a thingy that you have to always have around you so that you can channel your magical energy. Yeah, the class has listed starting equipment, but if D&D Beyond is just superior, except it's not a BTT. it's just a. I mean, yeah, I use D&D Beyond because I have a friend that shares the source books for us. So we do have access to like a lot of like the newer source books, but I chose cleric that can do light and medium. Okay, let me go to a cleric. Let me help you out with that. Sure. For other people who are also like making characters, please feel free to ask for help. I don't particularly mind. Alright, so for clerics, you have starting equipment actually, right? So for clerics, if you look at the equipment page or equipment category, you can start with 3 different things. It's either a scale mail, leather armor, or chainmail. If you're starting out as a cleric, have you already chosen what domain you're going to have? Like, usually clerics can start with a life domain, light domain, like what kind of god your cleric believes in, right? If you do pick a domain, it usually tells you if you end up being proficient with one thing or another. But if you're picking base cleric, usually regular clerics are only proficient with light armor and medium armor. So you can pick chainmail if you really want to, but you might be limited in the fact that you can't wear it yet. And if you can't wear it yet, it's just going to be a detriment to you instead of benefiting you while you use it. Yeah. So if you look at chainmail, right? Chainmail also requires that your character has to have 13 strength. Otherwise, there will be some detriments to your character. Like if they don't have a 13 strength, what's going to happen is you're gonna move a little bit slower that way. I haven't explored domains yet. It's okay. That means you can start with either the scale mail or the leather armor, and then you can go back to your equipment choices if you do end up with a domain that makes you proficient in heavier armor. How do you tell what you're proficient in? You look at the class that you have, right? For example, cleric. You can check the class features that it has. It usually lists the proficiencies there. It tells you if you're proficient in what kind of armor, what kind of weapons, tools, saving throws, stuff like that. Yeah, scoliosis if you don't have 13 strength. Basically, if you don't meet the strength requirement for heavier armor, you usually lose movement speed. Like, you definitely will walk slower that way. Anyway, let me know if you have issues with selecting your domain. If you really want to be able to use the heavy armor, I would definitely recommend life domain clerics. It's the healer, like the purest of pure healers in D&D. And it's pretty basic as well. You become like a heal bot. Alright. Other than that, the say so lawful good, yeah. That's what life clerics are. Good night, thank you so much for joining the stream. Wow. Alright. What else do we need to look at for this character sheet? This organized character sheet. Oh right, my features and traits as a bard and an elf. You just good night, thank you so much for dropping by. I appreciate it. For the people who stayed, you guys are awesome. Okay, so I'm just gonna list these things down while you guys ask questions or anything. But basically, the things that elves and bards have for their features are... Where is it? Okay, I have Bardic Inspiration. Oh god. So for people who want to play bards, right, Bardic Inspiration is a way for you to add numbers to your rolls. Like maybe I only rolled like a 10 for a saving throw. But bards have this neat little thing called Bardic Inspiration that can help other people get a better roll. So they give you a free D6, I think, at the start. That's like too much technical terms for this one though, but Bardic Inspiration is a pretty useful thing if you really want to play support, because you can only use these things on other people. Right? So other things that the bard can have is also, yeah, it's actually Bardic Inspiration for it's only Bardic Inspiration for level 1. Another thing that elves get would be, what else do I need to write? I do have Dark Vision. I have Dark Vision. So basically what you just list here are the things that you have special with regards to your character, right? I also have Fey Ancestry. This is the one that helps me not fall asleep when it comes to people using magic. And What else? I get a free cantrip. I'm not gonna list the others that have already appeared, so I already have the proficiencies in the weapons anyway, so... Short bow, long bow. Dark vision like 90% of all races. Actually, dark vision is really common. Like a lot of the races that are available to you usually have dark vision. It's so much easier to remember what races don't have it. Like humans and turtles and what other races? Dragonborn don't have dark vision. So if you're proficient in something, do you add its mod on an attack and do you add the mod for the stat to the roll? Yeah, usually that is the case. So if I'm proficient in a longsword, right? You roll your d20. If you want to attack, you roll your d20. You add your proficiency bonus. For Miri Elf it's +2. And you add your strength modifier, which is -1. So it's gonna be like a +1 at this point. Yeah, so many races actually have like dark vision. It's crazy insane. Fey Ancestry, I think I wrote... Yeah, Fey Ancestry is already here. I think that's pretty much it. I didn't write the things that I've already like written there for like I already put it in proficiencies and tools. So yeah. Which is your favorite? Mage Hand, Prestidigitation, or Thaumaturgy? I really like the utility of Prestidigitation. Classic D&D mumbling. I really like Presti though. I really like Prestidigitation because it's pretty useful. If I get soiled or whatever, like get dirty in combat, I can just use Prestidigitation to get rid of the dirt on my clothes, basically. And a lot of other small things that you can do with Prestidigitation. Mage Hand is utility-wise something that can save you from like having to touch things on your own. And Thaumaturgy is just boomy voice in general, so obviously we have clear winner. But that's just me though. I usually use it for roleplay and fluff and not necessarily for combat utility. I think Mage Hand is more useful for combat applications as well, right? Alright, I guess since I've already listed that down, let us go back to Miri Elf here. And let's finally put in the attacks and spellcasting. Oh god, this is gonna be a while. Alright, this is the attacks and spellcasting part right here. And usually what you put here is, what weapon do you have? I have a dagger, and I have a longsword. So I'm gonna write longsword here. Right? My attack bonus for a longsword is going to be... +2, -1, so it's gonna be +1. And the damage type is slashing. It depends on the weapon, if it's a stabbing, piercing, or blunt. Or I mean bludgeoning, but yeah. I also have a dagger, in which case I would use my dex mod for this one. So it's gonna be +2 + +3, so that's a +5. And this is going to be piercing. If I'm remembering my D&D correctly, it's piercing. Alright, those are the two weapons that I have, so I just put it there. So basically, the attack bonus is just something that you add to your d20, I mean. And here comes the hard part, spellcasting! Eldritch Blast, Vicious Mockery, Presti Tip, create a teapot. You mean the best part. It's like, there's just so many spells, honestly. There's just so many spells that you can probably pick. It's probably gonna take a while to explain. But here's an easy way to look at spells, right? Pick something you like. You don't have to be the min-maxer that decides that, oh hey, I wanna pick this spell. 'Cause it's like it's more bang for your buck. If I pick Eldritch Blast, we're all set. Just pick something you want. You honestly don't have to like pick all of the combat spells in one go. You can also get with like utility spells. What I usually do for spellcaster classes, if I'm building a character, is that I check how many cantrips they're allowed to have at the very start. And I usually have one utility spell, and the rest of the spells could be combat related. So usually I'd have Fire Bolt, I'll have Chill Touch, and probably a choice between Mage Hand or Prestidigitation. Do you allow the spell versatility UA in your games? I tend to avoid Unearthed Arcana most of the time because I personally haven't had enough experience trying to balance UA stuff with everything else. Right, I usually have a hard time balancing. I usually have to rely on my other D&D friends to help me balance things for me. So usually I just go with the majority of the source books. I barely touch UA. I love Vicious Mockery. You insult someone so bad they take damage. Yeah, that's essentially the concept of Vicious Mockery. That's the most popular bard spell that you can probably have. Which, in this case, we are going to go check it out. Okay, so if you look at your... If you look at the bard, right? There is a table there. There's a table there that appears. And I'm just gonna... I guess I'm just gonna share the image this time because it's a complicated table. So let me open Paint up. Bard. Okay, I'm gonna paste the thing here. Emotional, yeah, it's emotional damage basically. So I'm going to turn off the character sheet right here. Oh, I can actually just paste it on the drawing area. I feel bad. Yeah. There we go. Okay. You will probably look at your character on the guidebook, on the SRD or whatever. Right? You'll probably see that there. And you'll notice that there is a table in that character creation thingy. That helps you decide what kind of things that you get. It's like a condensed summary of what your character will get if you pick this class, right? So for a level 1 bard, a level 1 bard will have a +2 proficiency bonus, right? A +2 proficiency bonus, that's already something that we added to our character sheet. So that's a check here. We already put the spellcasting, which means I'm going to have to pick spells later, and I have my bardic inspiration. I already listed that down earlier as well. How does one RP a death from Vicious Mockery? You can have a heart attack and like slump to the ground. And then like breathe your last breath. Maria calls someone ugly and they take damage. Sounds about right, I'd be damaged. I would never call you guys ugly. That's so mean. That's so mean. Alright. Here's the thing. When you're a spellcaster, you usually have these things called cantrips, right? So cantrips are the free spells that you always get. So like it's like spells you're born with, or spells that you learn along the way that stays with you forever. Not all me forever, right? So Miri Elf will know 2 different cantrips. Because I have 2 different cantrips, I can pick 1 combat cantrip and 1 utility cantrip. That's just me. You can pick an all-combat loadout if you really want to, but remember, cantrips can't be changed. Unless you use the additional rule books, of course, but we're not using that. Right? Cantrips known, yeah. Yeah, I have a high elf cantrip. I'll get that later. But for now, let's stick with what's on the table for now. Oh no, what's happening? Why did it turn gray? Is it eraser? Oh, it's on eraser mode. Imagine a bard doing your mama and so... You asked me, do you think I look good? And you received the reply, I think you're a kind person. Take 4 points of psychic damage. Kung ano ang cantrip mo dun tayo. Yeah, so this is the number of cantrips I can know. And then the column next to it is spells known. So I know 4 different spells. I can pick 4 different spells from the spell list that bards have access to. And I can cast those spells 2 times until I get some rest. Until I get to sleep for the night, right? So the spell slots is basically the mana that I told you guys earlier. If you run out of spell slots, if you run out of mana, then you can't really cast your spells anymore. But you still have access to your cantrips regardless of whether you have spell slots or not. Right? So I can know 4 different spells right now, but I only have 2 slots for casting them, Miria. Why is that like that? You just have a variety of spells that you have access to, and it depends on the situation whether you want to use this one or the other one. But you can only do two of it at the same time, while you're still level 1, okay? Yeah, spell slots or spell bullets are like mana. This is the basicest thing that I can probably say about it. That's basically it. So let's look at the spell list for bards, which is like a lot. No, why did we pick a spellcaster? I love spellcasters, by the way. Okay. So for bards, if we look at the SRD, we actually have a list of cantrips that they're allowed to know. Right. Where can I find the cantrips in the SRD? Crap. I think I can find the list of cantrips somewhere around page... Oh no! I don't have... Oh crap, I don't have a... There we go. Where's the list of spells? Oh, here we go. Here is the bard spell list, right? And you can check this out on page 105 of the SRD. You'll probably find the spell list for your character. Like the cleric spells are here, the druid spells are here, paladin, sorcerer, ranger, stuff like that. But I'll be pasting the bard cantrips list here. Basically. Yeah, so this is the spell list for bards. Just make it a little bit bigger. I don't know if it's still visible right now, though. Page 105. Oh yeah, thank you, thank you. 105 or something. Yeah, 105, yeah. So this is the list of spells that bards can pick when they're picking cantrips, right? So dancing lights is... I'll just give you guys a rough gist of what these spells are. Dancing lights, I conjure up tiny motes of light that lights up the way for me. Light is making something glow and making it really bright, so you get a mini flashlight made of magic. Mage hand is essentially getting like a spectral hand and making it do things for you, like carry a teacup and make you drink it, or like open a door for you, right? Mending is what it sounds like. You mend something with it. Alright. Message, does the bard slide into DMs? Sorta, kinda, yeah. Message is basically being able to like do a magical SMS. Yeah. I know what I'd do if I had a spectral hand. What? Yeah, Minor Illusion is a really nice utility spell that I find is super useful for a lot of roleplay situations. You can like you can conjure up an image that doesn't move, but you can pretty much trick some people with it. Like, oh, you fashion a tiny statuette from the Minor Illusion. Some people can probably think it's real. It depends. Maybe they can roll investigation for it. But yeah. So that's Minor Illusion. You conjure something up. It's not gonna be able to move, but it's good. It's good magic trick. Prestidigitation is like what I said earlier, like a spell that you can use to clean yourself up. Yeah, you can probably like use it to clean yourself up, make a few sounds, make a few smells, something like that. True Strike, everyone's favorite. True Strike. True Strike is like the craziest spell ever. Like, oh my god. Everyone loves True Strike. So basically what True Strike does is you basically point your finger towards a target or whatever. You point at them and then like, oh, you understand. Like, I can probably hit this person with an advantage. Provided the spell hasn't ended. Oh my god. Highly circumstantial advantage is True Strike. Yeah, ignore it. I can't tell if Miri's being sarcastic. I've actually seen like really good plays using True Strike. I don't get it, but they just like want to use it. I don't know. But yeah, but this is the signature bard spell, right? The signature bard spell is basically Vicious Mockery. And it's basically you insult someone until they die. That is what your Vicious Mockery is. And Miri Elf is probably gonna have Vicious Mockery just because this is a actually out of all of these things, this is the only damaging spell that a bard can have. So the damage for this is D4 psychic damage. Yeah, it's a D4 psychic damage. You roll what damage you have, but basically, yeah. That's it. You just say bad words. You just say bad words. Pasample ng vicious mockery. Masasamang mga words. Why does it cost an action to cast? Can I cast it on the robe? Why? I don't know. I don't know what the reasoning was for True Strike, but at some point maybe people thought it was a good spell. I don't know. But yeah. Yeah, D4 psychic damage for Vicious Mockery. So we'll get Vicious Mockery. Medyo palamura pala si Miri Elf. Maybe he has a way with words. But yeah. Vicious Mockery would just be Miri RPing as Kaine. Yeah, the fun part about Vicious Mockery is that if the person that you were mocking actually fails and like gets really badly hurt by your Tempo, thank you so much for the super chat. Pasample ng Miri Elf Vicious Mockery. Mama mo. I don't know. Yeah. 6 seconds to point your finger. Your waifu is met. Mama mo is enough. Yeah, short and simple. That's it. D4 psychic damage, right? And if the person actually takes the damage, right? If the person takes the D4 psychic damage, they will have a disadvantage at the next, was it an attack roll or any other roll, right? They get a disadvantage, so they will be rolling 2 dice and they'll pick the lower option. Yeah. So, Miri Elf will have Vicious Mockery. Only attack roll. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Miri Elf will probably have Vicious Mockery. And for flavor, I guess it would be nice to... have Miri Elf have Dancing Lights just because of light. Saving throw cantrips are pretty hit or miss unless you play like unless you play Evocation Wizard, because the Evocation Wizard has that feature that helps them still deal damage even if they fail, even if the target succeeds the saving throw. Yeah, so yeah, that's the fun part about playing an Evocation Wizard, I guess. If you really want to have saving throw cantrips that still deal damage instead of using an attack roll cantrip. Okay, yeah, so Dancing Lights, just so that Miri Elf can like make fire motes of glowing light surround her when she's alone. Wow. Yeah. Okay. So we already have 2 different spells for Miri Elf right now. Cantrips. Yeah. So they have Dancing Lights and they have Vicious Mockery. Totally not for cult things. Of course, of course. Because I am a high elf, right? Because I am a high elf. Remember that high elves also like have a free cantrip. I have to go to the wizard spell list now. I have to go to the wizard spell list and pick a cantrip from there. Cause it lets me do that. So because Miri Elf has like high elf capabilities, we're gonna do this. Because I'm looking at the wizard spell list, I have to use the intelligence modifier for these things if it has an attack roll modifier or something. But let's just pick something random at this point. Okay. So for wizards... Wizards are broken in all aspects of D&D, except surviving. How high? Very. Okay, you will notice, however, that there are some similarities between the bard spells and the wizard spells, and that's because there can be some overlaps. But since we have an option for another offensive cantrip, we can probably go for something that uses an attack roll, which is... maybe we can have like Firebolt so that it's basic. What if the target for Vicious Mockery doesn't understand the language? Let me pull up the spell description for Vicious Mockery. Oh god. I'm not a rules lawyer by any degree because I tend to forget these things a lot, but I think for Vicious Mockery, it only needs to hear you. Yeah, it's stated on the spell description that if the target can hear you, it does not need to understand you. It just has to succeed a wisdom saving throw. Yeah, your insults are magical that they transcend the language barrier. Yeah. So let's just pick Firebolt because it's pretty basic. So I have two different combat cantrips and I have 1 utility cantrip. So that's for Miri Elf right now. So let me take this off. Oops. Yeah, what other things do we need to know? We have spells. We have spells from a bard. Take 2, strike twice. No, I can do that to myself. Alright, we're almost done. We're almost done with Miri Elf. Oh god. Okay. For Miri Elf, right, we need to pick spells for them as well. And it's easier for me to pick spells because I technically already know what they do. I just need to know the name and I have a rough idea of what they do. But for the people who are, of course, like, starting out, it does help to, like, look at spell description so that you can understand if this is something that you want to take. Most of them are pretty, most of them are really taken at face value. Like, whatever is written there is usually what's going to be canon. Okay, let me put this here. Right. So I have these choices, and I can pick 4 of them, but I can only cast 2 at a time. Right? So, even deaf person can hear it. No. If the creature can hear you, right? It has to be able to hear you. It doesn't need to understand you, but they have to hear you. For Vicious Mockery to work on them. Right, so for the first level spells, a bard actually has like a lot of options, right? So I'll just give you guys like a quick idea of what these things are. Animal friendship is that you cast a spell so that animals can be friends with you. Wow, Miria. Bane is adding a actually Bane is a debuff on enemies, basically. You subtract D4, correct me if I'm wrong, players in the chat. But yeah, Bane is basically like a debuff. You reduce points towards someone's rolls. You are correct if I remember correctly. Thank you. Yeah, you subtract the D4 from their rolls, right? Charm person is exactly what it says. You charm a person. Comprehend languages helps you understand languages that you don't have listed on your language tab on your character sheet, so that you can probably communicate with people better, but it lasts for a limited amount of time only. Cure Wounds is a healing spell, but the catch is you have to touch them. It's a touch spell, so you have to like be close to the person and touch them so that the spell actually takes effect. Please, new players, please read your spell descriptions. Yeah, I read it, but you don't have to like it depends. I personally like as a DM, I'm pretty patient when it comes to like newer players, because I honestly know how it feels to like be on the short end of the stick if the DM is kind of stingy about things. So I've developed like an insane amount of patience for players who are new to the game. Like I want them to be able to feel welcome with the hobby. So I tend to be more of like the helpful sort, I guess. Yeah. Maya doesn't need to use charm person on us because they're already charmed. Bane and Bless usually cancel each other out. I personally think that Bless is so much better as a spell than Bane. Is there like a touch attack AC in 5e? I think Inflict Wounds is a touch attack that needs you to roll a melee spell. If I remember correctly, okay. Not everyone started this game great, so give new play. Yeah, that's what I hold on to. Like, I don't want people to feel bad if they're making mistakes. Like, mistakes are there so you can learn, and then as long as you like as long as you learn from those things, you can be a much better player than you were like yesterday, something like that. Anyway, yeah, Cure Wounds is like you have to touch them to heal them. Touching appropriately, of course. Detect Magic is a surprise, surprise. I can sense that there's magic in the air. Disguise Self. Oh my god, these spell names are pretty self-explanatory. Oh my god, I don't need to talk about them as much anymore. Fairy Fire, I guess, is not as self-explanatory compared to everything else on the list. Basically, you chuck like motes of light. You chuck motes of light at enemies, and if they fail, right? If they fail to save, they get marked with really pretty colors, and then it's so much easier for you to hit them, basically. because they're so brightly colored in fire or something. Feather Fall is a spell that helps you recover from falling from really high places because it's like slow fall in Minecraft. it's like slow fall in Minecraft. Healing Word is another healing spell, but in comparison to cure wounds, you don't have to be able to touch the person to heal them. You just need to make sure that they can hear you, and then they'll feel refreshed. they'll heal hit points. As long as the player makes some effort to learn, I'll be happy with it. I learned a lot from my mistakes, so I made a lot of mistakes to learn more. Healing Word is the best healing spell. Yeah, I personally agree. It's small heals, but it's so much more useful compared to cure wounds because of the non-touch utility. Featherfall is very situational, I agree, but you'd be so happy if you actually have it. Right, heroism. Do people actually use heroism? Mask Cure Wounds is a higher level spell though. So technically not. Can someone hear when they're unconscious? DMs in the chat help me. Yes, we use heroism, sure. Heroism is just a buff for yourself. Hideous Laughter is you make someone laugh so hard they fall to the ground and then that's it. At level 1, heroism is pretty nice. I guess so. Yeah, okay. So, Hideous Laughter is basically you tell a really bad joke, they start laughing, and they fall to the ground. So they end up being prone. Can someone hear when unconscious is something that is very hotly contested? I say DM discretion. I think if you're playing Adventurers League, a lot of people would fight you if you tell them that, hey, your character's unconscious. You can't use Healing Word on them. Especially if they're trying to get them up from being unconscious in combat heavy modes. They're probably gonna riot if you tell them that you can't use Healing Word that way. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's really hotly contested, but I guess some people tend to like to adjust, I guess. Identify is figuring out what an unidentified item is. Wow. Hello, welcome. Yeah, bards can't use the bardic inspi on people who are also unconscious. Healing Word just requires that you can see, they don't need to hear, so I say, oh wait, let me check the spell description, because I think it's just see. Yeah, you're right. It just sounds like it because it has a verbal component. Yeah, it's just a C within range. It just has to have a verbal component. Alright, thanks. Oh my god, thanks. But I guess if you look at the technicalities of things, you go deep into that discussion. Also, wait, where am I? Sa puso mo. Hehe, joke lang. Ano ba? Illusory script is making fake handwriting appear on a thing, but you know what it's actually there. Long Strider just helps you move a little bit faster or move a little bit more. Silent Image is kind of like minor illusion, but more complicated, I guess. It helps you like it helps you do a lot more cool stuff, I guess. It's just pretty much a visual effect, but it can move. It can alter its appearance, unlike minor illusion. A VTuber talking about D&D, this makes me happy. Hello, welcome. Hoity, thank you so much for the super chat. Illusory script can make you have IRL subs. Into thinking they're insane. Why would you do that? Is that something that you make your bard do, Bossu? Oh my god. But yeah, Silent Image is like a lot more powerful than minor illusion. But you're gonna be so surprised when there's actually a major illusion spell in higher levels. Anyway, yeah, that's what Silent Image does. What else do we have? We have Sleep, which is, you know, you put people to sleep. Speak with animals helps you converse with them, but unlike animal friendship, the animals don't, like, have to be nice to you. Thunder Wave is an AoE spell attack. There we go. That's an easier way of describing things. Thunder Wave is an AoE spell attack. An Unseen Servant is kind of like a mage hand, but nobody can see it. And they can do like pretty basic things for you, like chores. Only, yeah. Oh, Thunder Wave as an AoE spell attack also pushes people back 5 feet. So, yeah. Flung someone off a cliff. Yeah. Yeah, Thunder Wave is really neat, I guess. So, I have 4 choices. So, I'm going to pick... yeah, let's go with Thunder Wave. That's 1 spell. And then, I also want to have Healing Word. Because if I'm not healing anyone else, I'm gonna heal myself, right? Pavieli, no nearzy, my papa. Thank you so much for the super chat. Water break ka muna, nak. Wow. I've been here for 4 hours. I've been here for 4 hours. Oh my god, wait, okay. Not gonna lie, I haven't seen that much sleep users, but it's so good. It's really good for lower levels, I feel. Because like most of the hit points for the mobs aren't as big of an HP pool yet. So it's so much easier to use in lower levels. But the moment that you reach higher levels or you hit mobs that actually have like really high HP, it's gonna be harder. It's gonna be harder for you to get them to fall asleep. Oo nga, mamaya tiyo na naman alamun naman yan. Yeah, have water with me. Have water with me. I'm glad the stream's been stable all this time. Actually, it was unstable at the first part. But I guess I'm glad. I'm glad that it actually like stabilized itself. I think it was because I was switching through some servers earlier this morning. I mean, this morning, the start of the stream, and I found a server that was like okay. Healing word on yourself. You're so amazing, me. I'm my own best friend. Friendless loser, Simiri Elf. Friendless loser, Simiri Elf. Okay, so we have healing word. I can probably see that Miri Elf is kind of like a selfish character, so she wouldn't pick anything else that would benefit other people, right? So maybe we can just have like illusory script. Just play with the fact that she is like a semi-con artist at this point. 4 hours didn't feel like it. We're having fun. I'm really glad though. Like, I don't know. There's some people that can't stand people who keep rambling for 4 hours. So I'm really glad you guys are staying. Even though I feel like I feel like I could have structured this instructional D&D character thingy a little bit better. Okay, one last. If I wanna scam people, I have to understand them. So let's get comprehend languages. Okay, so that's 4, right? So that's 4. We have Thunder Wave, we have Illusory Script, Healing Word, and Comprehend Languages, right? So now that I have these things, I have to go back to my character sheet. I have to go back to my character sheet. So let me turn that on right now. We're almost done. It's just about sleeping time. Yeah, we made it through the spells. Thank God it's just level 1. Alright, let's go back to our character sheet, right? So you go back to attacks and spellcasting, right? I currently have Vicious Mockery. So I'll put Vicious Mockery here. Oh god, my brush changed. Mockery. Okay, so I put Vicious Mockery here. And it's a saving throw, right? It's a saving throw thing. Basically, it has to use my DC. How do I calculate my DC? Wait, oh my god. I'm such a fool of a DM. How to calculate my spell DC? Oh, it should be in the Bard spell list. So basically, it's 8 plus proficiency plus the modifier. So it's going to be... like, this is going to be the saving throw that monsters have to beat if they want to, like, be free from my insults, right? So it's 8. It is 8 plus 2 plus 3. So my DC is actually 13. What exactly is a DC? It's your difficulty class, right? Googling on the fly, very DM-like. You learn how to be really fast when you DM. Because, yeah. You have to be able to answer really fast. Alright, so what's a DC, Miria? Why is this important to me as a spellcaster? A DC is basically how much someone has to roll so that they don't get affected by your spell. So if I was insulting you and you roll 10, you get insulted and you take damage. But if I insulted you and you rolled a 15, because that's higher than 13, right? You can shrug it off. You can shrug it off that way. Yeah. So the formula is always 8 plus proficiency plus modifier. Thank you. Okay. So I can continue writing that as DC 13, DC 13, and it is psychic. Right. So I can put that there. Even if you pass the DC, sometimes you can still take damage by half. Very true. But for cantrips, it's not usually the case. Usually you have to have higher level spells. If you succeed on a cantrip, you don't take anything. Alright. What other things? I have Firebolt, right? I have Firebolt. And since this uses my intelligence modifier, right? I actually only have to roll a... Alright, D4 damage. Longsword is a D6. D6, D8. And a dagger is D4. Regardless. Thank you. Firebolt is is going to be an intelligence thingy. So I think I'm proficient in it. So it's a +2 plus 1 from my int. So that's a +3 to each firebolt roll. And it's a D10 fire damage. I'd like to think I still have some of these things memorized. Alright. What other things do I have? I have Thunder Wave. Thunder Wave is another DC 13. I forget if this is 3d6 or 3d8. I think 3d8 is way too overboard for like a first level spell. I forget. I think it's just like or maybe it's a 2d8. Oh god. 3d6 thunder. Okay, cool. Yeah, 3d8 sounds too strong, personally, for a first level spell. Do I have other complicated spells that I picked? Healing Word you can also put here. But instead of damage, of course, you put heals. This is going to be D4 plus modifier, right? Heals. Oh wait, 2d8. Oh, okay. Good enough. 2d8. 2d8. There we go. Oh yeah, Inflict Wounds is really powerful. Inflict Wounds is really powerful. It's 3d10 for a level 1 spell. Plus 10 for d10 for each level. Yeah. Ta-da! I think this should be it. I think this is the entirety of the character sheet. I feel like this is enough. This is enough. Whoa, look at that. This is what the character sheet looks like right now. Let me... I think it's been filled. Isn't Firebolt attack bonus based on charisma? Technically, it should be if I were able to choose it as a bard cantrip. But it's from my high elf cantrip. So, I think if I remember correctly, because I'm picking it from my wizard spell list, I have to use the int modifier for it. Let me double check. Bum. Halfling elf. There we go. Yeah, intelligence is my spellcasting ability for it, unfortunately. Yeah. I have to use int, so that's why it's a +3. Anyway, this is how it looks like right now. Let me just smallen this up. Let me make this smaller so that you guys can see it. What? Okay. Yeah, let me make this smaller. How did I fit it in? Why is it so hard to fit it through this? There we go. This is how messy my character sheet looks like right now. But yeah, this is Miri Elf. Name subject to change. Maybe we can think of something cooler. But this is essentially how you make a character. I know it's a little bit rushed and a little bit messy and loopy, I guess, because I'm not like... it wasn't in order. But it does look very filled, honestly. So like, Looks like a standard character sheet to me. Melf is complicated. Oh, wait, you mean completed? Yeah, complete. Oh wait, my passive perception is probably 8 plus proficiency plus modifier, right? So that's gonna be like a passive perception. 13, I think. Right? Am I right with that? I don't know what passive perception anymore. Passive perception is something that you use to like 10 plus prof plus mod. 12 plus 1. 13, yeah, 13. Let me put 13 here. Ta-da! We are dunzos! We're dunzo! Heard the magic word D&D on his channel, love it. Thanks! Alright, we actually spent like, we actually spent 4 hours making this character. So, you have a very long name like Miriam Thunderchild. But yeah, I guess I'll come up with a backstory for this character sheet right here. But I guess I want to take like a screenshot of this entire thing and like post this on this on the Twitters. I'm gonna put this here. I'm gonna make myself a little bit bigger. There we go. I can take a picture with my character sheet. It's Miri Elf Dug Dug, not Doki Doki. Yeah, okay, so let's I'll just take a really quick screenshot so I can just post this. Yeah! I think Miria! So, yeah, this is the character sheet. I hope this was helpful. It's Mirelf Dug Dug. Yeah. I hope this stream helped you guys. I don't know, were you relaxed? Were you stressed because I kept going in loops? But yeah, I tried to make it as simple as possible. It's still very wordy. It's a little bit complicated to grasp at the very start, but I hope that if you do start with trying to learn Dungeons and Dragons, you appreciate it as well, and you know, maybe you can finally try to start a game. But remember, what I did is how I create characters if I'm dungeon mastering or DMing for people. There are some DMs that are very strict with how they create characters, so always consult with your DM first. Stuff like that. I learned a lot, now my brain is fried. Okay, now it is time to rest your brains, guys. Yes, the best way to learn D&D is to play D&D. So I really wish that I could like DM, honestly. Mario Harimikan, thank you so much for being a member for 2 months. It was a fun stream. It was a good review of the basic mechanics. Lastly, what do you call a group of bards comprised of orchestra? Good night. Thank you! Lightcaster, daughter of Hades. No! Why is it always popping up? Thank you. Yeah. I'm looking forward to more D&D streams, I guess. There are actually a lot of things to talk about with D&D. We're really just scratching the surface. This isn't even like actual playing yet. So maybe I'll try to figure out how to talk about the other parts of D&D next time. Forever DM, love the energy, deserve the sub. Thank you! Looking forward to seeing some new D&D. Yeah, I'm thinking, I'm conceptualizing what else I can do for D&D streams. Power gaming stream. Alright, ta-da! So that's it. I hope you guys enjoyed. It's already 12 midnight where I am. I'm sure there are like a lot of people who also have like a work tomorrow. It's still the weekend, so please make sure to get some rest. I'll see you guys tomorrow because I'm celebrating a really small celebration, just a talkie again as per usual, since we always just do talk. Talkie stream tomorrow, a 10k celebration stream tomorrow. Yeah, bye bye guys. If you guys enjoyed, please take care.